How long has it been?
You know what happened before they returned house.
You need to get out of here.
A long time.
You need to get out of here first. I'm of the opinion that nothing ought to ever be named after anybody unless somebody's been dead for 5 years.
He's been dead since '84.
I get tired of this Hal Rogers shit, and it's just whoever, And then if you're still living, you can do like David Williams, he'll name something really nice.
All right.
Corbin, then they put your name.
Monroe County 9 session, John Justice David Williams presiding. Would you bear with me again? On the stop there.
Thank you very much. Have a seat. Speaker, what was the name of your client?
Ronald, but CR.
Let me find it.
It's all tied in together.
Yeah, our computer's frozen here.
Okay.
Oh. There he is.
That's exactly right.
Computer won't go on.
Here comes Johnny Bill. I can blame it on him.
Yes, sir.
Yes, he's responsible.
As long as you don't carry jail cells.
Was there a big birthday celebration for Mr. Sunley?
Oh, I wasn't invited.
He was 86.
When was that? I didn't know about it. You know, when we make the cut, if you don't,
Practice his birthday. No party.
Boyd Alexander passed away.
I heard that this morning.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah. He's kin to my wife.
Oh, I know. I know. Well, the old Marebone family.
Yeah.
That's why they're.
How's it been? Okay. Get closer.
Okay.
Could call out to see if there's still a stenographer alive anywhere. So
Kevin Redford from Glasgow's still.
Is that right?
We use as a machine.
Machine, yeah.
I work.
I remember the old shorthand takers, you know.
Oh, his mother did that for years. She was.
Yeah.
My grandma could do it.
My secretary Susie could do it.
Have pages of legal pads.
As long as it's not a fact, I'm about to witness.
Your wife was kin to the Lawhorns too, right?
Her mother was Dick Lowhorn's daughter,
That's what I thought.
and her mother was an Alexander,
That's right.
and that's how she's kin to Boyd, Frank, Ed, and
Oh, all of them, yeah.
Elaine's grandmother were first cousins.
Yeah. Lanny, we were telling the speaker here that Boyd Alexander passed away. How's it going? I remember in the old days, when you had a brief or anything, it had to be postmarked. Boyd had that post office over there, you know. And if you got it over there by midnight, he'd postmark it. I got him out of bed 2 or 3 times, at 8 o'clock or something. Like he went to bed like at 7:30.
Chickens.
Because, you know, they opened that store like 4 o'clock in the morning. Over there.
I have new address and send it to Sabina.
That was the way it was where after a dad opened the store.
I remember your dad well. My dad thought a lot of your father. He stopped over there some, you know. I don't know where they knew each other from old basketball days, or I don't know what it was. Maybe just the road there. I don't know.
A lot of Cumberland County people did business there,
Yeah,
especially around Maribel.
yeah.
Nineteen and 76 was Taylor down there, dressed in lumber I put in my house.
Archie Taylor.
Archie Taylor.
Yeah.
Put one in one end, and cedar in one, and cherry.
You go back there and get my calendar. iPad.
His wife was Wes's aunt, actually, but
We're good? Okay, let's come to order, please. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Rondell Phelps, 23 CR 0021. Are you Rondell Phelps? Born in 1945.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits is social security number 5564.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I've been in contact with
Y'all move to the left here.
the victim, Mr. Richardson, on this case, and upon a payment of restitution of $5,800, the Commonwealth's gonna move to dismiss this case.
Okay, well, has it been paid yet?
Well, you have a cashier's check. I'm gonna tender the payment. The victim will need to sign a release before the money's dispersed, and that'll conclude the case. case.
Okay, well, I will continue this case until September the 21st for dismissal, and we'll do,
It won't be necessary for us to come.
no, we do, as a matter of fact, we can just enter an order if that's okay with you
It will.
in
I
absence.
think we entered over to your office.
It'll be fine. Thank you very much.
We get something in the mail, we don't have to come.
No.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the in custody. We get them rolling pretty good and have them lined up, okay? Courtney Arterburn. Commonwealth versus Courtney Arterburn, 18 CR 00209. Are you Courtney Arterburn?
Yes,
You born in
Arterburn,
Arterburn, excuse me.
you're fine.
You born in 1995?
Yes,
What are the last four digits of social security number?
7627.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is the case where Miss Arterburn was terminated from drug court, and Miss Bigger says we need to have a hearing, so I need to get Mr. Cross up here so we can have a hearing.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. I think that he was just here and stepped out.
I think we could do that one, and Mr. Farber has the same set of facts. We could do both of those with Mr. Cross.
Yes, and I would ask that.
What, I don't understand. What's you talking about David Cross?
No, Barry Cross.
Barry Cross.
He has
Okay.
to testify. that-
Is he here?
He's here. He's downstairs. We just texted him to come up.
Okay.
I would ask for separate hearings for both of them since they have a different history of violations, just to protect their own due process rights, Your Honor.
Who's the other defendant?
James Farber.
Okay. Dalton Birdwell. Willie Daniels will be next. Commonwealth versus Dalton Birdwell, 22 CR 0051. Are you Dalton Birdwell?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1998. Last four digits, social security number 5368. We're on a pretrial diversion revocation.
Yes, I call Mr. Collins. Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Collins, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony that you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Mr. Collins, who are you employed?
Probation and parole.
And have you been supervising Mr. Dalton Birdwell?
I have since 8/18 of 2022.
And that's when you actually began supervision, was it?
Correct.
Now, has he had any violations since then?
He has on a 8/24/22, Mr. Birdwell signed an admission form for the use of meth. And then I had him assessed on 9/8 to enroll in outpatient counseling. On 1/11 of 23, he also signed another admission form for the use of methamphetamine on or about 1/1 of 23. And then we had him assessed again because he had failed to enroll in that outpatient in September of 22. So on 1/11, he was told to enroll immediately back into the outpatient counseling. And then of course, we also had the restitution issue on 8/19/22. He was ordered to pay the $4,403 in restitution at the rate of $200 monthly.
He also had another positive test. Well, you don't have to.
He did on 1/11/23. Mr. Birdwell is positive for methamphetamines and marijuana. And then that's when we tried to get him to go to the outpatient counseling then. So,
Did you go?
yes, he did go and get signed up. No, I'm not sure if he did or not. I can't.
Does he have any more positives?
On a 6/13 of 23, he signed an admission form for the use of marijuana. on or about 1 week prior to that. He also signed an admission form for the use of methamphetamine on that day, 3 days prior to 6/13/23.
Okay. Was any treatment recommended at that?
He was on 6/14. We had him assessed and he was ordered to enter and complete the SAP IOP program.
6/14.
Current violations, on 8/14, he signed an admission form for the use of methamphetamines 5 days prior to 8/14. And then because of the positive drug test, he was terminated from SAP IOP on that day.
Have you monitored his restitution?
I called the clerk's office and spoke to them yesterday. They sent me a ledger. From what I understand, here it says he's got a balance of $123.81. I'm not sure what she sent me, but this was the ledger.
Jan, can you pull up his restitution and see what that is? When his last payment.
We're not disputing the restitution.
Okay.
Stipulation to 349809.
So the way I see this, Mr. Collins, is he's had at least 4 positive tests for meth since August of 22. And this type of treatment he's either enrolled in, he's not completed or been terminated from drug use.
Yes, and I received an email on the 11th from SAP IOP coordinator. She told me he had been missing groups every Tuesday, and I believe they do drug tests on those days. So he had never been drug tested, and that's what stemmed the drug test on the 14th.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Would you like to inquire?
Oh, Your Honor. Officer Collins, Mr. Birdwell is 27 years old, correct?
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
Okay. And while you have been monitoring him on this supervision, he has not received long-term treatment or drug court, correct?
Not with us, no.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Would you like to redirect?
Um,
Okay, do you have any further witnesses?
I do not.
Would you like to put any witnesses on?
I would like for Mr. Birdwell wishes to testify.
Burton, will you get behind the podium, you raise your right hand the best you can, you swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your name, please.
My name is Dalton Birdwell.
Okay, proceed.
Dalton, when did you first begin using methamphetamine?
When I was 15.
Okay. And since then, have you struggled to get sober?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you now?
25.
25?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize if I misstated that earlier. Do you want to
Yes.
find sobriety?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because my old lady just recently found out she's pregnant, and I've lost all my other children, and I like to keep this one.
So what would you like to be involved with this child's life?
This doesn't have any.
It's not relevant. Here, well, wait just a second. Wait just a second. I'm not understanding what he's saying. He lost all his other children, did he say? How many other children do you have?
I have 4.
Okay. Go ahead.
And so do you desire to enter drug?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why is that?
Because I feel like it might help me.
Okay. Help you with what?
My drug problem.
Okay. And so you want to get clean so you can be involved with this child's life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I have no further questions.
I don't have any.
Okay. Would you like to make your argument?
Okay, Your Honor.
You want to get behind the podium, you move to the right, your left, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Birdwell is a young man. Unfortunately, he has been using methamphetamine from a very early age. I think he is in need of a higher level of treatment and that drug court would be appropriate for him. As you know, drug court runs a very strict ship and would provide a lot of structure to help him get sober. Additionally, it would assist him with getting a job and learning the things that he needs to do to be sober. I'd ask the court to consider doing
This
drug
this
court
is a
referral.
diversion, right?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd ask the court to order that he be assessed for drug court, as I think that would give him an opportunity to resolve the restitution issues and his drug use issues. It would provide him the structure that maybe he has not had thus far.
You want to come over and be heard?
I will, Your Honor. Your Honor, this case, he's been on probation since August of last year. He's not taking this seriously. And he needs to man up and decide that this problem's his. It's not his pregnant girlfriend's, and this meth use is his problem. And quit making excuses. And the Commonwealth will look at drug court, but there's got to be some consequence for his actions in the meantime. And I'm asking at this point in time, his diversion be revoked and maybe look at drug court either at sentencing or at shock probation.
Okay. Mr. Dalton, I don't see that you've made any effort to comply with any. As a matter of fact, not only have you not complied, but it appears to me that you have intentionally avoided meetings where you knew the test was going to be taken. I just can't tolerate that. Plus, you've had plenty of time to procreate 5 times. You got 5 children you brought in this world. And every one of them is a blessing, I'm sure. But you're not meeting any obligations to anybody, any children, any to the court, to the people that you owe restitution to. So I just don't see where you deserve a break at this particular junction. So I'm going to revoke your pretrial diversion order, pre-sentence investigation report. He'll be sentenced on September the 21st, and we'll take a look at what the pre-sentence investigation report has to say at that date when we consider treatment or drug court or anything like that. But I think between now and then, you need to do some prayerful consideration about what's going to happen in your life, because I'm finished with this soft-handed thing with you. You're going to comply with the orders of this court or go to the big house. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, we're ready on Miss Arterburn now, Mr. Cross.
Courtney Arterburn. Courtney Arterburn. Yes. Yeah, okay. You can stand right there, ma'am, over here. We'll call you first witness. Mr. Cross, you raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I will.
State your full name, with whom you're employed, and what capacity.
Full name is Barry T. Cross. I am the program coordinator for Clinton County Monroe.
For the
AOC Drug Court.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Cross, as part of your duties, have you been filling in, assisting Monroe County since Mr. Means left?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case involving Commonwealth versus Courtney Arterburn?
Yes, I have. I've had some few months of supervision, but not the full length of the case. Okay. But I am knowledgeable of the case.
Was she terminated from drug court on July the 20th, 2023?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you tell the court why she was terminated?
On April 23 of 2021, Ms. Arterburn signed the Kentucky Special Courts Agreement of Appreciation, which is stipulations that they have to comply while they're in the program. On number 13 of this stipulation form, you want me to read it word for word, Your Honor?
I don't know how long it is. Just tell me.
It's just a few pages, a few 5 sentences.
Is it Jesus wept or Paul's letters to the Romans? I don't know.
It's however you want. Anyway, it says, I agree to respect the opinions and feelings of other special court participants and not make verbal or physical threats or abuse towards special court staff or other participants. I also agree not to engage in any romantic or sexual relationships with other special courts participants while actively involved in the program. I understand that failure to engage in appropriate behavior may result in a variety of sanctions, including termination.
Okay.
Did Ms. Arterburn sign that agreement?
Yes.
She enrolled in the program?
Yes.
And did she violate that part?
She, on the 20th of July, Judge Costello and the team did deem that she did violate it and therefore was terminated from the program.
What specifically was the violation?
She was involved in sexual relationship with another client in the program.
Okay. Now, did also in June, did she have any positive drug tests or positive tests for marijuana?
If it's, yes, I don't have the order in front of me. 626 positive for marijuana, 429 positive for alcohol. And then of course, the new violation was number 12, but it's the 13 in the old one that she signed. They have a new form now, but it'd be number 13 in the oathful that she violated appropriate behavior.
I have no further questions.
Would you like to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cross.
Move up toward the microphone a little bit, Mr. Cross.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good.
Mr. Cross, prior to that June date, that 429 positive was in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And while she's been in drug court since 2021?
Correct.
Okay, what-
April of,
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry.
What phase was she in when she was terminated?
She was in aftercare.
Okay, and aftercare is the last phase prior to graduation, correct?
Correct.
And during her time in drug court, she's not had any charges, correct?
No new felony or any misdemeanor charges.
She's not been alleged to have absconded from the program, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
You have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Would you like calling witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I do wish to make arguments.
Okay, thank you. Do we need Mr. Cross for anything else, or can he be excused?
No, I'm finished with him on this case. We've got a similar case.
Okay, well, if you just stand by, we'll call your other case. Go ahead and make your argument.
Your Honor, I understand that Ms. Arterburn has violated a rule of drug court. However, I don't think this rises to the level in which the statute, KRS 439.3106 contemplates revocation being appropriate. I think the court has other things that are available in lieu of revocation, such as sanctions. The statute calls that there must be a significant risk to prior victims or the community. I don't think that's been demonstrated in this. Additionally, the statute accounts for what the severity of the violation is, including the risk of future behavior or criminal behavior that it could incur, and what other interventions are available. I think this court does have the ability to sanction Ms. Arterburn, and that would be the appropriate thing to do. It's not been demonstrated that she doesn't have the ability to fully comply with supervision, but she did have a violation. Additionally, it's not been demonstrated that she has created a risk to any individuals that are alleged victims in this case or the community at large. So I'd ask the court not to revoke her at this time and sanction her instead.
Your Honor, this is a novel issue for the Commonwealth. We've not had this come up in my 20 years of practice or prosecution. However, I would say, besides what the statute says, the drug court is probably, I believe, the best program we have in the state to help people. And you have to maintain order in that program, and people have to follow the rules. And you just can't decide on your own that you can violate those rules and there not be any repercussions. So, you know, the staff did what they had to do because she wouldn't follow the rules. Whether she deserves a sanction or deserves termination, that's up to the court. But there has to be some order maintained.
What's the Commonwealth's position as far as what would be
Well,
appropriate
my
in this case?
understanding is I would ask that she be revoked. I think she would be eligible for shock. And I was looking at the file, and I can't determine whether this is a probation or a pretrial diversion that she's on. And so my file
It says a pretrial diversion revocation. Will you check the file there for a second?
I think there's ways to handle this case.
Well, I'm asking,
So I'm asking first.
I'm checking my file as well as we had thought perhaps her diversion has been previously voided, but she was not entirely sure. And I'll be candid, I did not originate this.
Pretrial diversion. Yeah, we have a diversion.
Okay.
she thought the diversion had previously been voided or revoked.
It was,
There was an order.
okay, she chose to enter drug court. It wasn't her.
And I think she was just confused a little bit.
What was the problem then? Why were we going to revoke her the first time?
She had positive tests for methamphetamine, marijuana. They tried different treatment options and put it down to drug option.
Well, I'm gonna, there comes a point where this particular drug court situation was after she'd been given a pretty big break on her pretrial diversion and not revoke at that time. So this is more than the second bite of the apple here for Ms. Arterburn. in addition to the statutory obligations there, I must take into consideration the effect it has on the entire drug court and the effectiveness of the drug court. We completely will destroy the drug court if we give people a second chance like she was to go to drug court and then she ignores the rules and doesn't comply with the rules. So I'll take into consideration any other sorts of things. I really don't know what to do. She ignored the conditions of her trial diversion previously, and the sanction was to let her go to drug court. Now she's ignored the drug court. Seems like she's being relatively hard-headed about this sort of thing. You almost had the thing finished. So I'm going to revoke a pretrial diversion, and I'm going to schedule a sentencing, and we'll take a listen that might be able to help her. So the pre-sentence investigation report and sentencing shall be on September the 21st. Okay. We're down to Willie Daniels. Moving right along. Willie Daniels. Ashley Dubrey's on deck. Mr. Daniels, you want to come over here? Commonwealth versus Willie Daniels, 23 CR 0013. Good morning, Mr. Daniels.
Morning.
Yeah, were you born in 1997? Okay, the last four digits, Social Security number 2134. We're here on a probation revocation motion by the Commonwealth. You want to step to the left here a little bit with your attorney? Step over to the left there. You want to call your first witness? Mr. Collins, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Collins, Mr. Daniels, you on a 3-year sentence for possession of substance, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever been able to supervise?
Supervision began on 7/20 of 23. And since he was let out of jail, I hadn't had a chance to contact him. He got out, stated he had COVID, and his scheduled report day was going to be on 8/9 of 23, but he got arrested the day before.
Where did he get arrested?
Tennessee.
And what was he arrested for?
Evading arrest on foot, resisting, stop, halt, frisk arrest, and evading arrest in a motor vehicle.
Okay, do you know any of the facts of that case?
I do.
Could you tell the court what happened?
So on 8/8/23, Sergeant Thompson was traveling on Moss Union Hill Road when he observed Willie T. Daniels driving a black Nissan car. He said, I knew Willie did not possess a valid driver's license. I turned my patrol car around to stop the car and seen that the car was traveling at a high rate of speed. I then lost the vehicle and backtracked to Venus Eads Road, where I found the car parked with Victoria Strong sitting in the driver's seat. The driver, Willie Daniels, had ran off. I then deployed my K9 and tracked down an old road and seen two people running away. Told them to stop, but they kept running. I then found Willie Daniels and Jonathan Monday hiding in the woods. We then found a clear container with a crystal substance, which Jonathan admitted was his. This occurred in Clay County, Tennessee.
And that crystal substance that the officer gave away on?
Yes, I was told it was right at an ounce.
I have no further questions.
Would you like to inquire?
Officer, you were ordered to supervise Mr. Daniels on an underlying possession of methamphetamine charge, correct?
Correct.
And he is alleged to have been around what is considered a crystallized substance, correct?
Yes.
In your experience, methamphetamine is generally a crystallized substance.
Yes.
At this time, Mr. Daniels has not received any kind of inpatient treatment or anything of that nature, correct?
No, we never had a chance to start supervision.
I have no further questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
You want to make your argument?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider in lieu of revocation to order that Mr. Daniels be detained until a long-term inpatient treatment bed could be available or drug court. We recognize that this has not been a great start to his supervision. And I believe he has a significant drug problem that is demonstrated by his history and also alleged involvement around methamphetamine in this case as well. We would ask the court to take that in consideration and order him detained until either he can be assessed for drug court or long-term treatment.
Bank Counsel's statement that he's not off to the great start. It's one of the understatements of the last few months I've heard. But I would think that the court should revoke him. He wouldn't comply with probation. He's either a drug trafficker or hanging around a drug trafficker, and he doesn't need rehab. He needs prison.
Well, Mr. Daniels, you were given an opportunity and didn't comply with probation requirements. And you're out, as they say in Monroe County, gomming around with somebody with a large quantity. I'll take a look at shock probation at some juncture, but I'm going to revoke your probation and have you serve your sentence. Between now and then, I'll ask your attorney to look at something. We'll take a look at it at a treatment situation if they can. I cannot allow people to continue to completely ignore an opportunity to break they get right there. And you're out with an ounce. So you're remanded to the custody of the jailer. Thank you. Ashley Dubrey. Ashley Dubrey. Are you Ashley Dubrey?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23 CR 0017
Yes, Your Honor.
and 19 CR 00101 and 19 CR 0094. Were you born in 1999? Last four digits, Social Security 1926.
Yes.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference and two probation revocations. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I would ask, we're having negotiation day on September the 8th. I would just ask to see if we could work out something on the global settlement.
September 7th,
September the 8th.
September 8th at 9 a.m. Okay, you'll be here on September 8th at 9 a.m. and your next court date, September the 21st.
Thank you.
And what they're going to try to do is put all these cases together. All right.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
James Farber. Can you see if another bailiff can come up here and go out to my car and have a record so I can do that? Just get another bailiff. Commonwealth versus James Farber, 21 CRs 00122. Are you James Farber?
Yes.
Born in 1994. Last four digits, Social Security number 0603. We're here on a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is also a free trial diversion. We have a 3-year sentence on possession of stolen. This is a case to Miss Arterburn case. We have the same violation.
Okay, you want to come up and take your first witness? Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Krause, you stated earlier that you've been assisting in Monroe County regarding the drug court team. Is that correct?
Yes, I had to cover while Mr. Mink took another job in Warren County.
Are you familiar with Mr. Farber's case?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with his violation?
Not the early violations, but I am with this current violation that was found to have been terminated from the program.
Okay, and why was Mr. Farber terminated?
He was also violation number 13 in inappropriate behavior with sexual intercourse with another client in the program, which deems can be terminated on the 20th during their staffing and court session. Judge Costello did deem to enforce number 13 and terminate.
Sure.
Prior to this, Mr. Farber had no allegations that was not in the program, correct?
Yeah.
No new charges, correct?
No.
And had just had 2 positive alcohol tests in September and October of 2020, correct?
Correct. He was on no issue except number 13.
I have no further questions. Your Honor, I would just note, this is a case where he was ordered to go into drug court originally as the term of his diversion in the original plea agreement. I think that once again, statutorily, there's been no evidence that he poses a danger to alleged victims or the community at large. I think that he statutorily, this is not considered a severe violation in which it is impossible to supervise him within the community. I do think a sanction is appropriate in this case. And I would ask the court to consider that, as I think there are other options in lieu of revocation that would align with what the statute calls for.
I would have the same argument, Your Honor, about maintaining order in the drug court. This is a different situation in that he did not have a second bite at the apple. This was his first infraction. So, and he's on a diversion. If the court wants to sanction him rather than revoking the diversion, the Commonwealth would have no objection. But I think some sanction is in place, needs to be ordered.
Do you sit on the drug court over here?
Now, Your Honor, when they moved the drug court to 8 a.m. on Thursday, and I have such a docket.
Yeah.
That's all I can do to get
Does someone sit in your stead? Who does it?
Mr. Hammer, Mr. Gordon Anderson.
Well, I'm not familiar with, I don't know whether I knew about this clause or not as far as individuals being intimately involved with each other as being, a condition. I'm not aware of that. Here's, it's down there, to watch the stuff and confuse, unplug it, bring it up. It's a cord for this thing. Here comes my calendar. It's about to drive. I understand the purpose for that as far as keeping order or not. Puts me in a very difficult situation as far as a rule is a rule, but I can't order the drug court to sanction him because they have the authority to determine who stays in the drug court. That's been given to them. Judge Christie Costello has that court, and I'm the one that does the ultimate sanction to determine what goes on. I wonder if any warnings were given. Do you know whether any warnings were given to these individuals that they should stop this relationship or anything?
I believe both individuals had prior knowledge they were involved. And I believe both individuals probably was hinted to cease their relationships. And they knew.
Well,
every time we do orientation, we go over to stop.
I have no doubt that they signed that, and I have no doubt that they violated it. My question is once it came to the attention of the drug court that they violated paragraph 13 or its successor, were they called in front of the drug court and explained to them that if they continued in the relationship, they'd be terminated, or did you just terminate?
On the day of the 20th of July, she decided to terminate.
And that's when it came to the attention of the court that they were involved in.
Prior knowledge, we wouldn't for sure, but at that time, the judge, we had enough information at that time during the briefing and staffing. She felt like she had.
Was he present when that went on?
Yes, he was there on the 20th when the drug court went on.
Did he make any acknowledgments, or was he given any opportunity to
He was
change?
very quiet when the judge gave out the sentence. Termination, yes.
Do you have anything else? Well, I just think I'm going to take it under advisement. I'm going to take it under advisement on the thing. Really, if you look at it, one of the reasons that I am given by the statute, and that's what I'm going to review, one of the reasons I have to give, the findings I have to make in the statute, one of the findings is not to be supportive of what the drug court program is, or to make sure that it doesn't do damage to all the other people. You got all these people that you sit in drug court with, and you endanger what happens to them, whether the drug court is good or not when you done what, just because you couldn't discipline yourself long enough, you know, to wait till it was over. Now your intimate friend is going to jail now. And I don't know whether you are or not, but you made a very bad choice here. Not that a lot of people have made bad choices. I'm not singling you out, make bad choices, but I'm in a kind of a difficult situation. I'll take it under advisement. I'll issue opinion on it, okay?
Judge, he is also on a diversion. Do we want to set a review date?
I can't hear you.
He is also on a diversion. Do we want to set a review date for after your opinion for the next court date, depending on what your decision is?
Well, I'm going to enter an order, and in the order, if I revoke his pretrial diversion, then I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report. And he would be sentenced on September the 21st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton, and I'll give both of y'all an opportunity to look at the grounds upon which a revocation can be made and what we should do based upon whether or not a violation of a policy of drug court where someone gets kicked out for a relationship is sufficient or not, you know, to revoke a pretrial diversion. Those are two different issues, really. And in the past, it's always been clear that the people who violate them violated some additional law or had dirty drug tests or that sort of thing. So I'll take a look at that issue. Dustin Gentry. Mr. Cross finished now. Today. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to step back here and see if I can get it plugged in. You have an adapter. Okay. Sir. That's fortunate. Okay, Commonwealth versus Dustin Gentry, 19 CR 0082. Are you Dustin Gentry?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1997.
Yep.
Last four digits, social security number 3730. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, when I reviewed this case yesterday or before yesterday, I can't remember, I believe it was Monday, there's a allegation of meth use in violation of the EPO DVO. I attempted to subpoena the victim in the DVO, Harley LaFay Don Gentry, but I was only able to get the subpoena out Monday. According to the clerk, it's not been served. And I think she ought to be present for the hearing on this thing. I understand that she's injured.
Will you give a copy of that? Was it electronically? The subpoena. Was it? They don't have a copy. So will you have a copy of the subpoena? Was it? Give it to the sheriff's office and tell them to go find the individual. And the property, do we have other bailiffs up here? Or we down to one? You doing it all by yourself today?
They want back there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll come back to Mr. Gentry. Jonathan Hammer. Jonathan Hammer. Commonwealth versus, make room for Mr. Hammer there. Let him sit on, you get on the other side of it. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Hammer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. 23 CR 0045. Mr. Hammer, you born in 1975.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7337.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. Mr. Judd, what do you have? Y'all want to move to the left there? Is it a felony plea or a pretrial diversion? What is it?
I think it's felony plea. I just got it.
Okay,
Your Honor, the Commonwealth,
wait just a second. I'm sorry, just a second. A motion has been tendered, sir, that says you, let him back there now. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to plead today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
This plea is freely and voluntarily entered. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in 23 CR 0045?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your
Have
Honor.
you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Absolutely.
You have reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you. You believe you're fully informed about the case.
Yeah.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through your rights and ask you to affirm at the end that you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand by entering a plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's range of sentence, but I may apply any range of sentence permitted by law. I don't have to accept it prior to accepting any recommendation. I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole in the event that they do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to give you a harsher sentence. Excuse me, you'll have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. If you'll step to the left. Mr. Judd, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth agrees to dismiss resisting arrest, to dismiss fleeing or evading police, and to dismiss a persistent felony offender in the first degree. And upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, which was methamphetamine, and C felony, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. The 5 years shall run consecutively with Monroe indictment numbers 10 CR 00065 and 14 CR 00015. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence destroyed in a matter consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Mr. Chairman, is that what you agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you entering a guilty plea because you are guilty of the acts and for no other reason?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now you realize that by entering this plea, it will add to the possibility of you of having increased penalties if you have any felonies in the future. You're already a convicted felon, so you know what a PFO is. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. You understand that now, is he a state prisoner? Was he a state prisoner? So we can waive the pre-sentence investigation board so you won't have to, maybe you can get transported on. Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if you want to approach and give me that document, do you need it over here? Okay. Here's the document. I'll accept the plea and we'll sign a judgment today, and that way you won't have to wait for pre-sentence investigation board. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Yeah. Justin Hunt. Justin Hunt. Commonwealth versus Justin Hunt. Lisa Jackson is next, okay? Commonwealth versus Justin Hunt, 23 CR 0033. Are you Justin Hunt? You were born in 1980. Last four digits, social security number 3108. You're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
It's a felony plea, Your Honor.
Felony plea. Mr. Hunt, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in 23 CR 0033?
Yes.
We had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney. You feel like you're fully informed about your case.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice? Reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you. You feel like you're fully informed about the case. You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through the rights and ask you to affirm that you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial of the jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept it. Prior to accepting this recommendation they're about to make, I will wait a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the agreement and recommendation that you reached with the Commonwealth and decide to give you a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Do you understand that? So step to your left, please, sir. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Commonwealth agrees to dismiss theft, unlawful taking, disposition less than $1,000. To also dismiss theft, unlawful taking, disposition less than $1,000, 3 counts, and to dismiss the persistent felony offender second degree, 2 counts. Upon a plea of guilty to theft, unlawful taking, disposition more than 1,000 but less than 10,000, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years on each count to run consecutively for a total of 10 years, serve 180 days in jail with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. Probation shall continue until all restitution is paid in full. The defendant shall enter and complete a long-term rehab schedule through the Department of Public Advocacy. The defendant shall be released by agreed order for rehab once he has served 180 days in jail and a bed date is made available. The defendant shall pay restitution in the amount of $4,469.67 to the Monroe Circuit Court clerk at a monthly rate of $200 plus additional 5% clerk's fee, with the first payment being due 60 days after being released from rehab. The Monroe Circuit Court clerk's office shall distribute funds in accordance with the forfeiture order submitted with his plea. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall obtain and maintain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 days community service per week until gainful employment obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in above style case disposed of in accordance with the laws of the state of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you enter this plea because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize that because of this guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced in the persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll accept the agreement and order pre-sentence investigation report. You will be back here on September the 21st for sentencing. And I would anticipate it'd be good if y'all had this rehab ready for him there. And if everything goes well, there's no reason why you can't be released on that day after your sentencing, okay? And try to get things straightened out for yourself, okay?
Thanks, sir.
Okay, no problem. Lisa Jackson. Lisa Jackson. Brian McNeese on deck. Commonwealth versus Lisa Jackson. 22 CR 0099, 22 CR 00100, 22 CR 00101, and 23 CR 0025. Now, the 22 actions are being prosecuted by the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and the 23 action by the Attorney General's Office. Is that correct? Are you Lisa Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1988,
Yes.
last 4 digits, Social Security number 9624.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, let's take yours first, okay?
We have an agreement, I think, on our case. It's contingent upon our reaching an agreement with the AG's office.
What does the Attorney General's Office have to say?
Likewise, Your Honor, we've been in good negotiations. We think that she can plead most likely in that status date, which would be.
Your Honor, we had agreed to the October dates on this due to my unavailability in September.
Well, did you just have one day you were going to be unavailable, or could we would we take her to another court? The problem I have is she's not a state prisoner right now. And I know that it's of little regard to the Office of Public
She is
Advocacy.
a
How many?
state inmate currently, Your
You
Honor.
what?
She is a state inmate currently, Your Honor. She is
Okay,
serving time.
So let's make sure she's on their dime. If you contact the Department of Corrections, if she has no objection to taking it out to October. You know. Okay. October the 19th. Now, do you need a set negotiation day between now and then, or are you going to negotiate?
We've been negotiating pretty much constantly, Your Honor, so I think we'll be well done before October.
Well, if you reach an impasse and want a jury trial, y'all get a hold of it. Okay. Thank you. Brian McNeese and then Jason Pitcock. Brian McNeese and then Jason Pitcock. Oh. We need some help over here as far as getting them lined up and having the next one ready.
Who's that?
Jason Pitcock. What is this lady doing over here? Ma'am, you need to speak to someone? Okay. We'll come around here, sir. Standing behind the microphone here, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Brian McNeese, 18 CR 0016. Are you Mr. Brian McNeese?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 5329. We're on probation revocation. If you'll stand to your left just a little bit, and you want to call your first witness.
I can't, Your Honor. Mr. Collins.
You raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Identify yourself and whom you're employed.
Chase Collins, employed with probation and parole, and I supervise Monroe County.
Proceed.
Now, Mr. Collins, Mr. McNeese wasn't on your case.
He was not, no.
Okay. And the officer that was supervising him, she's still employed. I think.
She moved to the reentry services, so she's no longer an officer, and was not aware of that. And the other officer is actually off work today, so couldn't be available that day.
So you have his records with you as far as the violations that he has incurred since he's been on probation.
I do have a violation report, entry date of 9/6/22 here.
Can you go through that and tell the court all the different new charges Mr. McNeese has had since he's been on probation?
Yes. So supervision began with Mr. McNeese on 9/13/2018. On 9/13/18, he was arrested and charged in Allen County case number 18F228 for possession, controlled substance, methamphetamine, and fare to improper signal. On 5/3/2019, Mr. McNeese was arrested and charged in Barron County case number 19M461 for public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and resisting. On August 2nd/2019, Mr. McNeese was arrested in Allen County for the following: 19F174, possession of methamphetamine. Looks like that was disposed on 8/7/19. On September 30th/2019, he was arrested in Allen County for 19M371, fleeing or evading police, second-degree motor vehicle. And fleeing or evading police second degree on foot. And on 9/19 or 9/29 of 19, citation 98 667862-2. That's fair to own, maintain required insurance and disorderly conduct second degree. On October 15th of 19, Mr. McNeese was arrested in Allen County, 19F251, charged convicted felon in possession of a firearm. On June 25th of 21, Mr. McNeese was arrested in Barron County, 21F383 for reckless driving, operating motor vehicle under the influence, blood test refused, possession controlled substance, first degree, first offense methamphetamine, possession controlled substance, third degree, drug unspecified, controlled substance prescription not in original container, illegal possession of a legion drug, failure to wear seat belts. And then his current violations on August 31st, on August 31st of 22, he was arrested in Limestone County in Athens, Alabama for obstructing justice using a false identity, attempt to elude by any means, burglary third, residence, no force, assault second, aggravated assault, police. Then I believe that's the last arrest.
I'm gonna stop at this point in time.
Would you like to cross-examine?
The felonies that Mr.
You don't need to speak up.
Felonies that Mr. McNeese have picked up.
You don't need to get back closer to the microphone as a witness. The witness needs to get up here. Yeah.
The felonies that he has been charged with, are they all still pending?
I have no knowledge of the dispositions of those cases.
All right, that's all my questions.
Nothing further. I would ask the court to take judicial notice. Commonwealth here in Monroe County extradited Mr. McNeese from that. Been down there some time on the charges and all that. That's how we would find that located.
Okay. Was he AWOL then? Was it he absconded?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. On February, so let's see, on February 16th, he was released from Warren County Regional Jail, failed to report to probation and parole. February 23rd of 22, Officer Childers spoke with McNeese via phone. He stated he had a warrant for out of Allen County, and that's why he has not reported to probation and parole. He was advised to either turn himself in on the warrant or report to probation and parole by 2 p.m. on February 24th. On February 24th of 22, McNeese was not in jail, nor did he report as directed to probation and parole. They conducted a home visit to his last reported address, and a male stated he did not know where McNeese was, and he did not report any other addresses.
And then the next thing on the report is he had the new felony arrest in Alabama.
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to further inquire about that. Okay, well, Mr. McNeese, if nothing else, but you want to call your witness? No, okay. I'm going to step back around, sir. I'm going to revoke your probation here based upon absconding. If nothing else, these other allegations were made. I would suggest maybe they were looking for you or they bumped into you on other things, but you absconded, and these other charges indicate your criminal record is such that I believe you're a danger to society. So I'm going to go ahead and revoke your probation. Thank you very much. Jason Pitcock is next, and then Robert Simpson. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Jason Pitcock. Mr. Holland. You're gonna be around after so. I hope so. Okay. Commonwealth versus Jason Pitcock, 23 CR 0030. Are you Jason Pitcock?
Yes, sir.
This is 20, are you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits, social security number 2853.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here for a pre-trial conference.
Judge, I've just entered an appearance in the last 2 days in this case. I've spoken with Mr. Stockton. He's okay to set this for a pretrial conference in September. If we don't have it resolved at that point, then we'll set it for a trial date.
September 8th at 9 a.m. And 21st. Now, there was previously an ex parte.
We'll withdraw that.
Okay, it's withdrawn. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Robert Simpson. Here, he's back here. We call Robert Simpson. 22 CR 00107. Robert Simpson. Are you Robert Simpson?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5031.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Mr. Hunley's handling that case.
Okay.
This is a motion to revoke Mr. Simpson's probation. Mr. Simpson entered a plea on July 13th of this year. He received a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years. Proof will be that 2 days after entry of the plea, Mr. Simpson admitted to the use of methamphetamine. The court and probation and patrol sent him to a recovery center in Bowling Green on July 27th. And on August 6th, due to his conduct at the center, he was kicked out of it. So in the course of less than a month, he has 2 separate violations that would warrant revoking his probation.
You want to call a witness?
If we need to.
Yeah.
We would request a hearing.
Call Chase Collins.
You raise your right hand and swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Collins, state your position with the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Probation and parole officer here from
How
Monroe
does
County.
your position relate to Mr. Simpson?
I supervised Mr. Simpson.
When did that supervision begin?
July 13th of 2023.
What sentence had he received?
12 months, supervised for 2 years.
Tell the court what happened within a week of his entry of that judgment.
On 7/17 of 23, Mr. Simpson signed an admission form for the use of methamphetamines on or about 7/16 of 23.
What consequences flow from that?
We had him assessed and we got him into a long-term treatment program.
Where was that?
It was at the Mark Recovery Center in Warren County.
And what happened from your record and your supervision, what happened after he made entry into that program?
So on 7/27 of 23, Mr. Simpson entered into that program. On 8/6 of 23, Mr. Simpson was terminated from the Mark Center for 1 rule violation and threat of violence. Details of that is on August 6th of 23, monitors on shift received a phone call from Curtis Grundy stating that Mr. Simpson was trying to leave the county without his MT buddy, which is Colton Stevens. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Simpson plans was to go in the clubhouse and go to a meeting. Once the 2 of them arrived at the clubhouse, Mr. Simpson immediately tried to get Mr. Stevens to leave the county with him. Mr. Stevens and multiple phase guys witnessed him telling Mr. Simpson no. The reason being is they signed out of the clubhouse and not out of the county. Once the meeting was over, they walked back towards the Mark Center and they stopped by the library. While at the library, Mr. Simpson took off himself to go to the store. Even after Mr. Stevens and other guys told him not to. Mr. Stevens even told him to come back so we could figure out what was going on. Once they both arrived, they pulled up in separate cars, and when we questioned both of them, Mr. Simpson jumped aggressively out of the chair and yelled he was leaving because we told him to scrub out. Monitor on shift went to talk to Mr. Simpson and asked him to come back inside and calm down. Once in the building, both monitors on shift tried talking to him more about the incident that had occurred. While talking to Mr. Simpson, he stated that he was going to F Mr. Stevens up and put forth effort to try to get past both monitors on shift. We then told him he needed to calm down. He continued cussing, and he said he was leaving and then left the building. And then they put a note. It said this is the second incident involving Mr. Simpson and him using aggressive behavior involving another client previously on August 4th of 23.
What action this prompt from you?
Actually, Mr. Simpson, I believe that was on a Saturday or a Sunday. I spoke with Mr. Simpson. We issued a warrant for a probation violation. Mr. Simpson actually went to Bowling Green that day, and they reviewed his case to see if he could get back into the program. And the director of that facility actually sent me an email and stated that at this time he was not going to let him back in. And Mr. Simpson actually turned himself in down here.
All right. Those questions to this witness.
Officer Collins, Park Center is considered RKC facility, correct?
Correct.
And RKC facilities frequently use.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Approach so you can hear better. RKC facilities frequently use participants that have been in the program longer to help monitor other participants, correct?
I believe that's mentors, yes.
Okay. And so an MT buddy very well could be someone that is actively in the program, but has just been there slightly longer than Mr. Simpson, correct?
I believe you're correct, yes.
Okay. Same with a monitor. The monitor may be an individual that is actively within the program, correct?
Correct.
And so for Mr. Curtis Grundy, you have access to all conviction records within Kentucky, correct?
I do.
Okay, and so Mr. Curtis Grundy is currently on probation for a burglary and an assault third of a police officer out of Muhlenberg County, correct?
Is this relevant to this proceeding?
Well, where are you going with
I
this?
believe it goes to the credibility of the witnesses that they are alleging said Mr. Simpson did this conduct. The report came from a Curtis Grundy and a Colton Stevens, who are both actively on supervision and participants of the program. And so I believe it goes to the credibility of the witnesses the Commonwealth is resting their case on.
Well, I'll take judicial notice of the fact that everyone in there has done something.
So they are both, if Mr. Grundy, if that is his record.
If that is him, I don't know.
He has no knowledge, no.
So these reports from Colton Stevens and Curtis Grundy, the reports came from those individuals, correct?
That's what it says in the narrative, yes.
Okay. And those very well could be convicted felons, correct?
They could be.
And they very well could be individuals that are participants of the program and have not graduated.
Or I've already said that I'll take notice that everybody in that program is either on a pretrial diversion or convicted felon.
And you had previously testified that Mr. Simpson went back to Bowling Green and attempted to go back and correct?
He did.
And he turned himself in, correct?
He did.
I have no further questions for Officer Collins.
I have nothing further here.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I do. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you have a witness?
I do, Your Honor. I would like to call Jesse Simpson Senior to the stand.
Okay,
Mr. Simpson.
good morning. You raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name, please.
Jesse Simpson,
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Simpson, how are you familiar with Robert Simpson?
my son.
Okay. And are you familiar that Robert Simpson has any learning disabilities?
Yes,
Okay. Did he receive special education services in school?
yes,
Does he struggle at times to understand things?
yes,
And are you familiar, did you encounter Mr. Simpson on August 6th, 2023?
and do I now?
Did you encounter Robert on August?
Did you see him?
Did you see him? Thank you. And did you see him in Bowling?
Yes,
Why did you go see him in Bowling?
I just wanted to see him. I sat down there and
And you had a visit scheduled?
No,
Okay. Did you get a call from him that day?
yes,
Okay. Where was he at that time?
library,
Okay. And did he need a ride to Mark?
yes.
Okay. Where was his MT buddy at that time?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Colton Stevens at the library when he arrived?
When we started to pull out of it, he was pulling in, driveway.
So he was not at the library when you arrived?
No,
Okay. And where did you take Robert after the library?
Mark Center.
Okay. And when you were there, did you hear him threaten anybody?
No,
I have no further questions.
I have no questions of Mr. Simpson.
You may be really stinking. Do anybody else you want to
Hello,
call?
Your Honor. I'd like to call Robert Simpson.
Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth. Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name, please.
Robert Simpson.
Robert, why were you not with Colton Stevens at the library?
I was with him,
Okay.
but he left me.
Okay. Why did he leave?
He was going outside to see his mom and daddy or something.
Okay. Did he leave the library?
Yeah, he left the library with his mom and daddy
Okay. And to your
I seen
knowledge,
him.
where did he go?
to Walmart.
Okay. And so did you call your,
Yeah, I called my father to come get me, so I didn't know nothing about Bowling Green. I
okay.
didn't know that.
Did you know how to get back to Mark Monroe?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you arrived back at Mark, did anybody accuse you of leaving Mr.
Yeah.
Stevens?
Yes, when I first stepped out the vehicle.
Okay. Did you leave Mr. Stevens?
No, I didn't,
Okay. Why'd you get angry?
because he lied on me.
Okay.
He lied on me. Anybody would get upset, wouldn't he? I mean,
Would you be willing to go back to the treatment facility?
yeah, I would.
I have no further questions.
I have nothing further. Yeah.
May I make an argument, Your Honor? Your Honor, I think that there are issues of credibility of the witnesses involved in this. They are individuals that are active in the program. I believe that we have heard testimony that Mr. Stevens would have reason to lie about Mr. Simpson having left him, as of course he would be in violation of a rule and was in danger of being caught when Mr. Simpson had to get a ride back to the facility without Mr. Stevens. I think that we have seen via what Officer Collins has testified to that he has the desire to go into the program, and the fact that he went and tried to get back in the program, he turned himself into jail. I'm asking the court to consider detaining him until we can get him a long-term treatment bed at this time.
Your Honor, I think it's very clear that he has two separate, perhaps three, but two separate violations of his parole within a very short period of time. And there's no question he did have a improper use of methamphetamine shortly after the plea was entered, shortly within 3 or 4 days of when he started supervision. And whatever his dispute was with Mr. Stevens, he didn't have enough self-control that day. He did leave the building in Bowling Green. He did voluntarily leave the center that he had been sent to. And according to the notes that they had sent, and this is not an inmate or an associated client making this, that he had 2 separate incidents there that warranted him, and they dismissed him as well.
You want to respond to that?
Your Honor, I think treatment is important. I think I'm very thankful there are facilities that provide treatment to our clients. However, they are
Was
using,
he convicted of a theft case or?
it was a misdemeanor theft case, Your
Yes,
Honor.
so it wasn't a drug case. And he was given a misdemeanor, which is a pretty big break in the first place because there were several things involved that could reach the felony level, as I remember. Isn't that correct?
I think the value came to a misdemeanor level, Your Honor, is where that, I think there was an issue of value, and that's why a misdemeanor agreement was reached. Your Honor, I think that he does likely have a drug problem issue, as there was a use that has been reported from probation and parole. I think that we've heard testimony today that he returned to the Mark Center from the library. He was not with his.
What was he doing at the library?
that was where they were to go. They had gone to an AANA meeting and were stopped at the library. And when his MT buddy left him, he is not familiar with the area, and he has some learning disabilities that make it difficult for him to figure out how to get to place. Was in special education services his whole life. And that's why he called his father, because he didn't know how to get back to Mark and Bowling Green. But I believe we have heard evidence from even the prosecution that he arrived back at Mark from the library. It was just in a separate vehicle, which we've heard testimony was necessary because his MT buddy had left him to go somewhere he was not allowed to go. I'm asking the court to give him another chance at treatment. I think that he has attempted to remedy the situation and just was put in a situation that, given.
What about the threat?
Judge, that comes from individuals
Now,
that.
what do you have to say about that? In other words, because these individuals say he said that, a couple of them, you discount it because they're convicted felons?
No, it's because there was an individual that was motivated to lie about Mr. Simpson, as he could have been terminated from the program for going to Walmart. That would be against the rules. So there was a motivation to lie about Mr. Simpson to not get terminated themselves.
Great. You have anything else, Mr.?
I do not.
How many days have you been in jail? Has he been in jail?
He believes 2 weeks. I'm not sure that's certain. Mr. Collins, I would suspect, would have a better estimate of that.
I'm gonna give him a 60-day sanction for what he's done. And I want you to find out some treatment that will put him in the situation where he can't leave there. In other words, it's gonna be treatment. And these 60 days will not be good days, they're sanction days. Now I'll count the 15 days you've already been in toward that. You're gonna have to comply. Okay. There's something going on with you. I appreciate your dad coming here, and, you know, I'm sure he's hurt by what's going on and everything, but you're gonna have to change your life. You're lucky you didn't go to the penitentiary last time. So if you touch any of these people at a facility like that, there can be bad things done to them because they cannot allow people. And I guess you didn't have to testify, so I'm not, but I will tell you something. That I will not allow anybody to threaten or hit anybody at a rehab facility, because these people are there, even if they are convicted felons, they're no better or worse than you are, any of us. Hopefully they're convicted felons with a drug problem. They're trying to turn their life around. So if they report something, I don't think they should be disparaged because they're convicted felons. That doesn't mean that, you know, I'm not saying you're a liar. You might be a thief, you know, that you've admitted to, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a liar. So I'll give you that sanction, and you find him a place to get and report it back. And the Commonwealth will have to approve of the place, Mr. Stockton. It'll be a place you approve of, and we'll give you another shot to do that. And if you don't make it, then you just serve your time out, which will be worse than a 5-year term, because you'll have to serve every day of this misdemeanor. Okay. Thank you very much. Jared Smith. Jared Smith. And then Andrea Stinson next. Commonwealth versus Jared Smith, 23 CR 0016. Are you Jared Smith?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1992?
Yes, Your
The
Honor.
last 4 digits, social security number 4504.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, me and Mr. Stockton have
You
agreed.
need to speak up a little bit.
Your Honor, me and Mr. Stockton have agreed to continue this case until the October pretrial date.
You want to, what do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
I'm in agreement. This is a serious case, and if we can't resolve it by that day, we'll get a trial date.
Do you have, you have a negotiation day in October?
But Ms. Hill and I will set one, and she'll have them.
And then he'll be here on October the 19th, correct? To either enter a plea or set a trial date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Andrea Stinson, and then Marlon Stout next. Barron County, if you're on the line, I've got about 4 more people here and I'm coming to you before I do the in-person because we're running a little late and I don't want y'all to have to wait on us. So I'll be over there in about 4 persons. Commonwealth versus Andrea Stinson, 22 CR 0090. Are you Andrea Stinson?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1838.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference, a motion to vote bond and some ex parte motion.
Your Honor, my understanding is she violated her home incarceration. She's willing to stipulate and stay in jail. This case is resolved on the bond. And Ms. Hill wants to mediate the case and I have no objection.
That is true, Your Honor.
Now, you have an ex parte motion pending.
We do have that pending, Your Honor, and I'd like to be heard after the docket on that.
Okay. Okay, make sure you remember to keep her around shortly. We'll do it at the end of the docket, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marlon Stout and then Jared Terry. Marlon Stout.
Yes, they can do.
Commonwealth versus Marlon Stout, 23 CR 007. Sir, are you Marlon Stout? Born in 1995. Last 4 digits, social security number 8009. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're here on a pretrial conference. What do we have?
Your Honor, I need a trial date on that case along with the co-defendant Dustin Jesse, who Mr. Garrett represents. And I asked to consolidate those cases.
Is Dustin Jesse here? Dustin Jesse, you want to come around? What is the charge you're electing to try?
Theft case, Your Honor, on the utility trailer.
How many days will it take to try this?
One day, I think.
What about September 2nd? I pulled up wrong here. September the 11th. The office is closed, I guess, on September 4th.
You want to do that? class?
September the 11th.
On what day?
11th. We can do it.
Okay.
Nine 11 will work for me as well, Your Honor.
Justin Jesse is 23 CR 0010. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jerry and Terry. Okay, well, David, teach out while you're doing that. Commonwealth versus Mr. Terry.
Yeah.
Come around here. Commonwealth versus Jared and Terry, 23 CR 0037. Mr. Terry, were you born in 1994?
Yes,
Last four digits, your social security number 6082.
Yes,
Okay. We're here for a pre-trial conference. What do you have?
We're waiting on the labs and testing in this case.
Your Honor, I believe we had agreed to the October date due to that.
Is that because you couldn't be here in September?
That, Your Honor, there is also some investigation we were working on in this case, as well as waiting for information back from the state labs.
Okay. October the 19th. Do you want to negotiate? You'll get with her on the negotiation day in October, both of them conditions of bond.
Here you go.
David Teachout, and then Belinda Webb. David Teachout. Commonwealth versus David Teachout, 21 CR 0095. Are you David Teachout? You born in 1983. Last four digits, social security number 0623. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
John, this came up for a revocation on a possession case on a pretrial diversion. He's been assessed for drug court and eligible, so as soon as he can be oriented, he can be released as far as the Commonwealth is concerned.
Okay, so you want to withdraw the pretrial diversion revocation, hold it in abeyance, and have me to sign a referral to the drug court?
Yes, he's already been assessed and accepted.
So I've already done a referral.
Yes.
You did, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I'll let him out on the orientation day?
That's correct.
Okay, well, Mr. Teachout, good luck to you. You got a chance to get in that drug court and experience a little freedom, get a good job. Even a bad job is a good job when you just need to have a job. And okay, good luck to you.
Thanks, sir.
Melinda Webb and followed by Tommy Webb. And then we're going to Barron County Correctional, and we'll have a few inmates there, and we'll come back to the live docket here. Melinda Webb, Commonwealth versus Melinda Webb, 22 CR 0068 and 23 CR 0032. Are you Melinda Webb?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1977?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0010.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does Commonwealth have to say in this case?
Part of that plea, she will stipulate revocation on a shot probation in 22 CR 68.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, as you just heard, it says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictments that were just announced?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Feel like you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through your rights, and I'm going to ask you to acknowledge that you understand it. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes,
Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by the law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll review a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation pro. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Step to your left, Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor, in the present case, 23 CR 32, a trafficking will be amended to possession of a controlled substance. She'll receive a sentence of 2 years to serve. That will run consecutively with Monroe indictment number 22 CR 68. That's a 3-year sentence. She will agree to stipulate that on that case for a total of 5 years. The Commonwealth will oppose probation or shock probation on the present case. She'll receive credit for time served. All evidence in this matter will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
You realize that this additional felony conviction will go on your record, could enhance any sentence in the future under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll agree to accept that. She's not a state prisoner, so I'll need,
Participating in that, Your Honor, so
okay, so I will, if I can waive it for it.
she would ask if that is possible.
Was it, do that and sign the judgment, so maybe they can go ahead and transport you on out wherever you're going to end up, okay? Tommy Webb. You have an extra pen over there, this Cash Express free pen. I'd rather have one of them. Surely we got a state pen here. Are you Tommy Webb?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23 CR 0047 for arraignment and 19 CR 0073 for a pretrial diversion application. Give me the file for the arraignment. It's 23 CR 0047. You born in 1998, sir?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3770. You have a right to remain silent. You are represented by counsel. The grand jury has charged you with escape, in the 2nd degree, possession of controlled substance, 1st degree methamphetamine, and resisting arrest. Mr. Bailiff, you hand that to the counsel there. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you want to set this for a negotiation day?
We can, Your Honor, and if Tennessee, evidently, he has some charges out of Tennessee that's firearm related. And if they have a hold on him and want to come and get him, I'm willing to release him. If not, we'll proceed with our case.
They filed an extradition, so they do want him.
Well, this is a simple discovery order. What are you going to do as for it? You want him to waive extradition back to Kentucky while he's here?
He already has, Your Honor, on a separate case. He was served with it at the Barron County Jail. He has waived extradition to Tennessee, and they're just waiting for this.
What about coming back to Kentucky?
We're happy to waive to sign anything for him to come back to Kentucky. I think Mr. Stockton, when he comes back, wants him to report to drug court as he was recently
Well, I did
accepted.
it one time. That was before I was aware of this. So I don't know. I'll just have to take a fresh look at it and see what happens in Tennessee.
Well, I'm going to schedule him for September 8th, a negotiation, September the 21st. And if he's gone by then, Mr. Stockton, yes, if he's gone by then, you can notify the court.
Does that mean the court will release their holder on Mr. Webb, that Tennessee can extradite him?
I have no objection. The court wants to.
Well, I won't have a hold on him if they come get him. I'm not going to release him and let him go down there. They're going to come get him.
They have filed an extradition.
Well, if they have a governor's warrant or whatever, and they want to come get him, I want to make sure that they take custody of him. I'm not going to let him loose to go down there. So I'm not, what do you mean release a hold on him?
Well, I think what she means is any bond conditions. So if Tennessee actually does provide transportation for him and come and get him.
Tennessee comes, gets him, they can have it.
Could I tender an agreed order with Mr. Stockton saying he may be released to the custody of Tennessee? I understand the court doesn't want him out of custody, but for that.
Fine.
You all right with that?
You know, fiscal custody. I don't want him
Yes.
just to go like saying, go down the line, we'll see you down there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess you'll need to put a hold on him for down there, okay? Okay, now let's go to Barron County, and we'll just have a few, and then we'll come back here and get all the out of custody folks here. Barron County,
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Simon Baker. Commonwealth versus Simon.
We've got 3 orders dismissing that case to tender to. He's here.
Yeah, I think.
You're on the out of custody list.
Excuse me. Barron County Detention would be Christy Allman. Christy Allman. Are you Christy Allman? Microphone on? Miss Allman, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of your social security number, 2744.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're the pre-sentence investigation report. If you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole,
Yes, sir.
it's substantially correct.
Yes, sir.
The reason why this lady should not be sentenced, your pretrial diversion was voided on July 20th, 2022 for possession of controlled substance, first degree. Pre-sentence investigation reports come back, and I'm sentenced pursuant to your violation and your diversion being voided. I'm sentencing you to 3 years.
Judge, we would ask that that be probated.
What's the Commonwealth's position?
I'm sorry.
It's Christy Allman. We had a diversion. She got revoked, voided the diversion. I'm asking for probation on that 3 years. This is her first time up.
Yeah, I would look at it on shop.
I'll consider it on shock. And what you ought to do is to find some kind of placement for her, or something that would be amenable to the Commonwealth.
I can do that. And she's willing to do that, Judge.
Okay, we'll take a look at it then. Okay, thank you very much. Jonathan Cole. Yeah, right, this thing here. Sorry. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Cole. Are you Jonathan Cole? Were you born in 1996?
Yeah.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1254.
Yeah.
You're here today on probation revocation in 19 CR 00127 and 20 CR 0069. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I believe that's a motion to revoke, but I think that DPA needs to get conflict counsel.
Yes, we had found late Friday that he is the co-defendant with Mr. Daniels on the underlying charge for revocation. We've reached out to Bruce Brown. He had a court date today, but said if we could reschedule this to the September date.
21st.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want a negotiation day before then?
I don't see necessarily.
September the 21st, they're going to have to get you conflict counsel, Mr. Cole. Get you new lawyer. Keith Gross. Keith Gross.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Keith Gross. Mr. Gross, you're here today on 19 CR 0053, 22 CR 098, 18 CR 00160, 21 CR 0061. Mr. Gross, were you born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 6977.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, we were finally able to locate Mr. Gross and had him extradited from Tennessee, and I think we need another negotiation day on this.
We do, Your Honor. This has been conflicted to another DPA office. I apologize. I thought they would be present, but I do not see anyone here at this time. I'm happy to step out and call them to have them present, or if the court would consider giving the September date.
September 8th for negotiation, September 21st for the next
Thank you, Your
trial
Honor.
date. They're going to get you, they're going to get a hold of your conflict counsel, sir, and make sure they contact you and go over your case so you be prepared, okay?
Oh, can I get a bond?
No, not right now. Not till you get your counsel back.
All right.
Thank you. Shelby Horton. Shelby Horton. Are you Shelby Horton?
Yes.
This is 22 CR 0094. You're here for sentencing. You understand that? You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole.
Yes.
Mr. Gary, is it substantially correct?
It is, Your Honor.
Any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor. Judge, I would ask the court to consider probation. I think the last time we were here, the offer was going to be probated. You had had her drug tested and she had remained in custody until today's date.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say about it?
That's correct. You know, Ms. Horton has medical issues, injuries. The problem also she's got is I don't know if she can survive in custody or out of custody because she's gonna have to quit using controlled substances. She's gonna harm herself. And every time she come to court, she's high on something. And we had her assessed for drug court. She didn't qualify. And I don't know if that was because of her medical issues.
I think that's what you had told me.
I think.
She's on a medication that she can't take during
She's
there.
had a brain injury. She didn't qualify for drug court.
Well, I don't really know. I don't really know what good it's going to do for me to put her in a treatment program.
Yeah, I don't know where she would qualify for. Probator, all you could do is send her to SSC. I guess.
Will you put her under, I'm going to probate her and put her under close supervision. Do you understand?
I don't know if she's got a place to treat.
Where you gonna live, man? Get out.
189 Beach Tree Lane in Jamelia.
Whose house is that?
Runners.
What's she saying?
I couldn't hear, Judge.
Whose house is that, ma'am?
Anthony Runners.
Now, what relationship is Anthony Ryder to you?
He's my fiance.
He's what?
Fiance.
Fiance, Judge.
Fiance. Okay. I'll probate you. She used to live at that address there. When can you go? I want you to interview her at jail. Probation and parole officer will come over to see you to interview you tomorrow about where you're going to live and the conditions. I'm going to probate you. And one of the reasons I'm going to do that is I want you to interview the person that she's going to live with, check the place out, see if it's appropriate. You do that.
He can give you the information now.
Your Honor, I just put her home placement on inactive. He's been on probation for a couple of years.
Well, the thing about it, that might be the only place this young lady has to go. I don't know that. So I'd like.
I'm very familiar with the home placement.
Yeah. Is it a decent home or anything, or what is it?
Yeah, it's okay. It's livable.
Is that, you don't have any other place to go, young lady? Okay. We'll be over to interview tomorrow.
And Judge, because my service is completed on this case, can I tender a motion to withdraw on that?
No.
That in order?
No. Yeah, I'll consider.
I'll send
it.
it.
Need to stay
I'll
involved.
send it to you.
Yeah. I'm way before cautious to say. Billy Key. I waive court costs. She's disabled. Billy Key. Here for sentencing. 22 CR 0058. Are you Billy Key?
Just for the record, I've been in rehab since I've been out of court.
Are you Billy Key?
Yeah.
Were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 7694. You're here for sentencing.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Brown's case. I'm not sure he knew Mr. Key had been picked up, as I think he was served with a warrant maybe last
I
week.
can't hear what you're saying.
This is Mr. Bruce Brown's case. I'm not sure he knew Mr. Key had been picked up on the warrant issued previously. I'm trying to see if I can get him on Zoom right now.
Mr. Key entered his plea in November of 2022. We had him scheduled for final sentencing on December 2022. A failure to appear warrant was issued and was not served until this month.
Hear that?
So I would, if I could have time to get Mr. Brown on.
We'll put it off till next month.
Thank you.
September 21st, notify Mr. Brown. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Courtney Mabry or Mabry. Courtney Mabry. Are you Courtney Mabry?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is 23 CR 0020. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Miss Mabry, is it Mabry or Mabry?
Maybe.
Mabry. Miss Mabry, were you born in 1993? The last four digits, social security number 9966.
Yes, sir.
Were you represented by public advocacy in district court or do you have an attorney?
No.
Can
I
you,
don't.
Your Honor, she was in NCIC, or we was gonna put her in. She turned herself in about 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I don't think she's been in district court, but she probably qualifies for an attorney.
well, I'm going to ask the Office of Public Advocacy to step in for the purpose of arraignment only. And then we'll have you pretrial needs to make sure she fills out an affidavit to see if she's eligible, okay? Your wife? Do you have a private attorney, ma'am?
No, sir. I've been in rehab for 9 months and I turned myself in and I'm
You
just.
have an attorney. You have an attorney. Ma'am, do you have an attorney? Okay. Well, I need an affidavit on it, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and arraign you in the Office of Public Advocacy, standing in for the purpose of this arraignment. I'm gonna relieve the responsibility until I sign an order. You have a right to remain silent, ma'am. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of methamphetamine, a violation of 218A.1415. You understand that charge? Okay, counsel, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, in anticipation that I will sign an order, you go ahead and keep the indictment, if you will. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, and you can either take the discovery or not.
I think she qualifies. Myself, she's been in rehab for 9 months. I don't know how she
But I'll sign an order. They require, I have no doubt of what you're saying, but I've just got to sign an order on it anyway. Okay, I'll go ahead and set a date on her, September, what was it, the 3rd?
The 8th.
September the 8th at 9 a.m. and the 21st.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to get back into rehab and so I can be there for my mama's funeral. She just passed away Saturday.
You'll need to talk to public advocacy about that. They'll call you about that now that they know about that, okay?
And I'd asked Judge that she be released. She did voluntarily turn herself in. Her family members, so I've been in contact with them, so she.
Where's she from?
She's in Tennessee, I think. Is that right, Miss Mabry?
Yes, Your Honor, at the Hope Center Ministries.
Where?
The Hope Center Ministries.
Can you understand what she's?
Yeah, she's saying Hope Center Ministries. Is that in Nashville?
Where are you from?
I'm from Lafayette, Tennessee.
Okay, where is your mother's services going to be?
I haven't talked to my brother yet. It's gonna be, but she's being cremated, so we're doing something with her. I'm not sure. It's in Tennessee.
Service. I talked to her father yesterday.
Well, I want you to sign a waiver of extradition here to come back to Kentucky. You be back up here on the 8th at 9 a.m. here at the Justice Center for negotiation. And then your next court date after that will be the 21st of September. Both of them are conditions of your bond. If you don't come here and we have to go back into NCIC after, it'll be a bad thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
My condolences to you on the loss of your mother.
What kind of bond?
I'm going to let her ROR out.
Thank you, guys.
Terry Muse. You'll need to get one of those forms over there. Somebody will need to get one of those forms for her to sign on the waiver of extradition that she did in open court a few minutes ago. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse, 23 CR 0046. You are Terry Muse, born in 1985, correct? Last four digits, social security number 2055. Okay, we're here today on pretrial conference. Mr. Kimball is your attorney.
Mr. Kimball informed me, he said I wasn't here at the last motion day. He said he never entered an appearance, that he wasn't representing on this case, was the text I got from Mr. Kimball. I don't know if that's correct or not. He represented him at the hearing, but this is the new felony. So I don't know if Mr. Kimball entered an appearance or if he was
Is Mr.
appointed.
Kimball a conflict counsel?
No, he was his private attorney on the case that he entered the plea on and was revoked. But I don't know, unless he entered an appearance at his arraignment on this case last month, he's not.
Mr. Kimball says he doesn't represent you in this case, Mr. Muse. He's not here today. Are you going to obtain private counsel, or do you have the means to do that, or do you need to sign an affidavit about a public defender? Do what?
Whatever your lawyer.
I think he said I have to get a lawyer. I think.
You want to get your own lawyer?
I'm not able to.
Okay, well, I'll send an affidavit over there for you to sign on that effect. And I'll ask public advocacy to stand in for the purpose of your arraignment right now. What? Has he? This is a pretrial conference. He's already been arraigned. So I'm going to go ahead and tentatively appoint Mr. Muse, an attorney, subject to me taking review of his affidavit and see if there's a partial cost he has to pay. Okay. Your attorney will be over there to see you. You come back here on the 8th at 9 a.m. and on the 21st for your next court appearance. Both of them. What is Mr. Muse's bond?
He could stay inmate, Your Honor.
State inmate. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Muse. Stephanie Parker. Commonwealth versus Stephanie Parker, 19 CR 0048 and 17 CR 0072. Are you Stephanie Parker?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 1603.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to announce?
We have a felony plea.
Ms. Parker, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I'm sorry.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in 19 CR 0048 and 17 CR 0072?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept their recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You listen very carefully as the Commonwealth goes over what their offer is. Mr. Stockton.
Yes, Your Honor, in 17 CR 72 on possession of controlled substance first degree, she'll receive a sentence of 3 years. In indictment 19 CR 48, receiving stolen property, that's an amended charge, she'll receive a sentence of 4 years. Those two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 44 years. She'll serve 90 days in jail, balance probated 5 years, supervised, and this will run concurrently with Monroe indictment 16 CR 68. She'll forfeit $426 to Commonwealth, Kentucky, be dispersed in accordance with the forfeiture order.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
Sir.
Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will accept the entry of the plea and order pre-sentence investigation report to be conducted by probation parole. You'll be back here on September the 21st for sentencing, okay?
And Your Honor, she's actually a state inmate. We were going to ask that she be sentenced today. She's on a parole violation at this moment for the 16 case, and I think
How long has she been in?
About 6 to 8 weeks, I believe.
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I don't know whether she's a state prisoner or not. If she's in on you think she's in on a parole violation?
I know she is, and DOC is trying to get her to the SAP program, and they're trying to do that on the 1st of September. There's this case and a Barron County case that I'm trying to get coordinated by then. I can assure you she is a state inmate.
I think she had a lot of charges pending in other places.
Your Honor, I received an email from her PSI rider this morning, and she stated that PSI would be a supplemental, so that indicates that she.
Okay, I'll go ahead and sign the judgment today then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Brian Roberts.
Commonwealth Special Prosecutor on this. We've got a pretrial conference scheduled for today. I was also informed.
Let me get him in front of me here. Okay, Commonwealth versus Brian Roberts, 23 CR 006. Are you Brian Roberts?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7584.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say? Get behind the microphone there.
Yes,
Good deal.
We were scheduled for a pretrial conference today. We don't have a resolution of the case. I was also informed by Mr. Stockton that I think Mr. Roberts was in drug court. He's been terminated from drug court. I don't believe a motion to revoke has been filed yet in his 2 prior cases. Mr. Stockton informed me that he is going to be requesting a special prosecutor in both those cases as well. Mr. Cross and I have spoken about both of the cases or all 3 of the cases today. If we could have a date in September and maybe try to reach a global resolution to everything. Correct, Your Honor.
Well, September 21st is our next motion day, so you and Mr. Cross can meet whenever you want to before then.
Yeah.
You can come on the regular negotiation day here if you want to, or you can meet some other time.
We discussed that, Mr. Cross.
On that date, I want a resolution to it or set a trial date. And are you gonna withdraw?
I'm going to recuse on the other case and contact Dave Wilson at the AG's office so Mr. Gardner can pick up all the cases.
Yeah, okay, that'd be great.
When I get that, I'll file the motion to revoke in the other.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
It was my error. I didn't include that case in my letter.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. Now we're going to the out of custody docket. Barron County, do we have anybody else over there?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Simon Baker. Commonwealth versus Simon Baker. This is 22 CR 00103 Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Simon Baker. You are Simon Baker.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1990.
Yes, sir.
last four digits, social security number 8796. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
Your Honor, the defendant and the purported victim in this case, through advice of counsel, executed mutual release. The Commonwealth has moved.
What kind of case was it?
It was a case over a tow.
Towville.
Yes,
You're moving to dismiss.
I'm moving to dismiss it because I don't think this is properly.
Fine. You have an objection to that, do you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, you dismissed. He'd be released from condition of bond. Okay, Commonwealth versus Stephen Bray. Commonwealth versus Stephen Bray. There's an active warrant out on him. What's the story, Mr. Stockton?
He's in rehab somewhere. I don't know if DPA knows where he's at or not, but
He is, I believe he is in rehab with the court considering having a right.
these rehabs, it's like going to the gulag in Siberia because every time I contact a rehab, they can't give me any information. So you go to a rehab, you have a revocation, you can't get any witnesses. You go to a rehab, you can hang out and you don't get served. But that's where the legislature and everybody wants everybody goes rehab. So
I can arrange for him to appear via Zoom through the rehab with the court considering.
Where is he?
He is in that. I think he may be in the Mark Center. Your Honor.
Maybe.
Oh, there's an order, I think.
Is that in Bowling Green?
they're everywhere.
But the issue is he hasn't been served his indictment.
Yeah, we can't get him
But
in.
I can make arrangements with the treatment facility to try to get him served and for him to appear via Zoom.
No, I tell you what you do. You tell us where he is, unless that's a conflict of interest for you.
No,
You
I
can't tell us.
can't
And I'll have somebody go serve him.
Okay, I think it is in the district court file as his release to treatment via district court on this.
Well, this in district
We
court.
needed an initial warrant. We informed he was in rehab, so we withdrew the warrant and did the summons. The summons was never served. They couldn't get him served. So we issued a warrant last month. A month later, the warrant was
In Bowling Green?
Yes, is there any way the court would?
Yeah, I'm gonna send somebody over there to get him. That's what I'm gonna do.
Would the court consider
No.
unsupporting his bond as he is?
No, I'm gonna send somebody over there to get him. And he'll go through the same process that everybody else goes through. I might set him a bond. What was his bond in district court?
They released him to go. to the-
What was his bond in district court? Did you hear what happened last there?
I heard that they district, or he went to rehab through district court. But I know, where he's at, I don't know.
He's at the Mark Center in Bowling Green.
So, and if he was represented by DPA in district court, then I would think as a courtesy, they would arrange through Zoom or something for him to either turn himself in or get this case going.
I'm gonna get him.
Yeah.
We'll know where he is. Thank you. What was his original bond in district court before he released him to go to rehab?
5,000 cash.
And why was that, Mother?
I don't know. We said it 10,000 cash.
Okay, why was his bond set as a cash bond? Pre-trial, are you looking at that? As I said so, I know, but I mean, what kind of background problems?
It's an assault case, it's a domestic violence case. I ate at the Subway one day with a victim, wasn't eating with her, but she happened to be there, and we had a long discussion about what needed to be done in this case. But I can't ever get him into the court for the court.
Well, you'll know where he is next time.
Do get that.
Okay, do what? Don't worry about it.
My guess is that it's strangulation first.
Strangulation first. I'm gonna set a $25,000 cash bond on it. Yeah. Addison Bryant. Commonwealth versus Addison Bryant, 23 CR 0035. Are you Addison Bryant?
Yes, sir.
You born in 2004?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8190.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here on a pretrial conference, Mr. Garrett, your attorney. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we initially had agreed to a 1 year pretrial diversion for a year in the court. I think rejected that. I wouldn't hear that.
And,
Are you the pistol guy that shot in the parking lot over here? Yeah.
And so the victim in this case is one of the victims, ex-girlfriend. Is it safe to release this information?
Yes, she's here.
So evidently she's pregnant now with Mr. Bryant's child. Then we have another victim that doesn't want to prosecute this case. So in order to attempt to this case resolved, I proposed to Mr. Garrett possibly doing a 3-year pretrial diversion for 3 years. If that was acceptable to court, if it's not, then
I'll do that. I'll do a 3-year pretrial diversion. Okay. And with no weapons on you, about you, or anywhere else, okay? So if you got, y'all can do the paperwork, you come back here next month.
Yes, Judge.
You know, let me tell you something. There are a lot of reasons that it's not a good idea to come somewhere with a gun and pull it out. One of the reasons, if you come to Monroe County from Barron County with a gun and pull it out, somebody's liable to kill you. You understand that? Because they don't know what you're going to do. I wouldn't go of all places in the world. I'd want to go. Wouldn't be want to go to a Walmart parking lot, Thomasville, Kentucky, and put a gun out. But not a good idea. So that's going to be your condition. I'll see you here next month, the 21st. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Aaron Cole. Aaron Cole. Aaron Cole.
I think he is in custody in Tennessee.
He's what?
I believe he is in custody in Tennessee.
What about Mr. Stockton?
I believe she's correct. If he's not in custody in Tennessee, he is. In fact, I've even had conversations with his father by email. He is in custody in Tennessee.
You got a hold on him down there?
I'm attempting. I'm gonna look at him right now.
Okay.
I think
Is there a warrant out for him now?
Yeah, let me apologize. We do have a hold already.
Is there a warrant out?
Well, we can't have a hold if there's not.
That's why I'm asking if there's a warrant out.
There's nothing on that side of the file, Jennifer. We have one out.
Usually they have an active warrant on my docket when there's a warrant out.
That's the only one I've got.
Coordinate does not reflect.
Okay, we're gonna issue a warrant for him. Bryson Coulter. Bryson Coulter.
Your Honor, I want to move to dismiss that without prejudice. He's currently in the nursing home. He gets
No
out, I'm not
objection.
reading that.
You don't object?
No, sir. I'm all for it.
You're dismissing without prejudice.
Without prejudice, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Judge, did you have an Adwell on your docket today? Hey, Adwell.
You want to do something to her?
We'd entered a plea last time, Judge, and you had told us to come back today to see if you were going to accept that.
Yeah, I was gone last month, but that's my understanding.
Who did that? Ms. Gordon Anderson, did you do that? What year?
She attempted to.
Judge, this is the deferred prosecution.
Oh, it wasn't a plea, it was a deferred prosecution thing.
I mean, I'm just kind of splitting hairs, I guess, Judge.
That's what I thought too, so I'll take a pretrial diversion if you want to. What's the difference between?
The only reason I didn't do it, Your Honor, this is a case where Miss Adwell was investigated for theft at the dollar store. There was a big slew of personal property and things that allegedly was stolen. I've got the pictures. I can show you to it. And they went through it with a fine tooth comb and they found a little bit of meth in there. I don't know from an evidentiary standpoint if I can prove it was hers. The other problem is the dollar store didn't prosecute her on any of the theft. In fact, she's got a real good job at the dollar store working as a manager. And then the third problem the Commonwealth have got is the officer in this case has been discharged or resigned because of a domestic violence situation. So for all those
Other
reasons.
than that, Mr. Stockton.
Other than that, I've got a great
case.
And so I think this is the third prosecution I've done in the last 15 years, I think, since statute was passed. So that's the reason I'm asking the court to do a deferred prosecution.
First one I've ever got time to do.
You ain't got this
If I
one
get
yet.
it. Yes, sir.
So Dollar Store doesn't want to prosecute her.
Now, I don't even know if any of it was stolen or not. So I just knew they were investigating for theft, but I don't even know for sure.
Well, let's get a statement from Dollar Store. Get a statement from Dollar Store.
It's already in the discovery, isn't it?
I'll have to look and see. I can't remember. It's been so long since I looked at it.
You just want us to come back again next month.
But wait just a second here now.
To be honest, she was only indicted on possession. There was no criminal charges the Dollar Store wanted to pursue. So I think it'd be redundant contacting them again, but I can do it if the court wants me to.
She wanted to do a pretrial diversion 1 year, diverted for 1 year.
I'd rather do the conditional discharge.
I know, you'd rather have it dismissed with prejudice.
Yeah, it'd be better.
But we have people in here all the time with small amounts of meth.
Yeah, I think if you let us come back next month, we'll try to have all that.
Yeah, we do that. It'd be unsupervised if you want to, and I'm willing to do that considering, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Tracy Davis says active warrant out.
Yeah, we'll put her in CS.
Miles Gerald's. Commonwealth versus Miles Gerald's, 22 CR 0060. Are you Miles Gerald's? Born in 1994. Last four digits, social security number 7078. Hey, we're here for a pretrial conference. What do we have? Mr. Gerald, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Just wait just a minute. I want him to identify his signature on there. Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0060?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney today?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you impaired today in any way? Do you know what's going on?
Yeah.
Have you viewed the evidence in your case the Commonwealth has against you? You feel like you're fully informed?
Yes.
You understand you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speed trial by the jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do accept the recommendation or do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have a right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. You step to your left and somebody come over and give the Commonwealth's recommendation.
Your Honor, Mr. Gerald plead to the amended charge of possession of a controlled substance first degree. He'd have a 3-year sentence. He'd serve 75 days in jail. In addition to the 41 days he already has on home incarceration for a total of 116 days. The balance will be probated for 5 years, supervised. All evidence in this case will be destroyed.
So what you agreed to? Okay, are you agreeing because you did commit the acts in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
You're doing so of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, it's still your desire to proceed and allow the court to set the punishment. You understand that? You understand any future convictions of any felonies could have the penalty raised under the persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that? Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'll accept the plea for a pre-sentence investigation for it to be done. Schedule sentencing. There you go. Schedule sentencing on September the 21st. You're in the custody of the jailer.
Judge, could we make a motion that the court consider allowing him to stay out to at least the pre-sentence investigation is completed? We do have documentation here showing his mother's in stage 4 cancer. He's got also another family member. This is written in support of Mr. Gerald and him taking care of his mother. He had advised me and we talked about
You
this.
can talk to,
I'm not in agreement, Your Honor. I told Mr. Bell if he usually let people turn themselves in at 5 o'clock or something today, if he had something he needs to do. That's the agreement on this case. I reduced this from the trafficking to possession.
yeah, I'm not willing to do that. So she's the primary caregiver or who's the primary caregiver? He's not the primary caregiver.
It just says that both.
You don't really know yet. You stuff like that. So he's in custody of the jailer and he gets the exigent circumstance. If she gets in a near-death situation or something like that, he needs to be with her, then you can contact Commonwealth and I'll agree to leave or something.
Is there any work release available, Your Honor?
Right now.
You wanted me to request if you would allow him to turn himself in at 5 o'clock?
No. No. Yeah. Mary Gerald. Mary Gerald. Commonwealth versus Mary Gerald, 23 CR 0038. Are you Mary Gerald? Attorney? Were you in district court?
No, it's not. I just got indicted on it and went and turned myself in.
So you filled out an affidavit?
No, when I talked to the preacher on the phone, they asked me did I have the means to furnish my own attorney, and I said no, and I said
I can't understand what you're saying.
preacher asked me when they called me in jail, did I have the means to furnish my own attorney, and I told them no, and they said they would get the paperwork started.
We'll come over here to this gentleman. You can fill an affidavit out. He'll take you to that side room back there. Gary Hall. Commonwealth versus Gary Hall. 23 CR 0040. Are you Gary Hall? You were born in 1978. Last 4 digits, social security number 6975.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're here for pretrial conference with your attorney, Mr. Johnny Bell. What the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're still waiting on medical records for Skyline. We'll probably put this out about October. We should have it.
You set it for October the 19th, and you inform Mr. Bell when the negotiation date is, if you have the records by then. Okay, both of them be conditions of your bond, sir.
While Mr. Bell's up here, can we call the Jonathan Russell case? Because I've got a witness I need to excuse if we can.
Free to leave, Judge.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Where's that on the docket?
John.
Jonathan Russell. This is 23 CR 0012 Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Jonathan Russell. Are you Jonathan Russell?
Yes,
born in 1978. Last 4 digits, social security number 7142. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Miss Busey lives out of town, but she lives in Warren County. And literally, I've not had time to meet with her in this case. So I'm asking to be set for hearing next month. I've already got an appointment scheduled with her. So
I have no objection.
September the 21st. You want him around for a negotiation before then? September 21st to be back here, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good day, Judge.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
We got Nicholas Highland. Nicholas Highland. Commonwealth versus Nicholas Highland. 23 CR 0041. Are you Nicholas Highland? You're here today on 23 CR 0041. Were you born in 1998?
Yeah.
Last four digits, social security number 9453.
Yep.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have to say about this case? Nicholas Highland.
We got a plea, don't we, Candace?
Diversion agreement, Your Honor.
Mr. Highland, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You're going to have to speak up. You have a voice activated microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the same person named in the indictment I just reported, 23 CR 0023?
Yep.
No, it's 0041, excuse me. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? You had plenty of time to talk to her?
Yep.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you?
Yep.
You believe you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution before I can accept a plea.
Yes, sir.
I need to know that you understand those. Now I'm going to go down through the rights, and after I finish, I'm going to ask if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw this plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
You have any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand that if you successfully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed pre-trial diversion. You get your record expunged. You understand that? You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion, you will be brought back before the court and the court will schedule a sentencing hearing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You move to your left here. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Highland will plead guilty possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, supervised. He'll be referred to the SSC, follow all recommendations of the commission. He'll be required to maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to? Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, if I've explained to you, is it still your desire to go ahead and enter this plea? What are the court costs in this case? $240. You need some time to pay that.
Yeah.
You pay $30 a month, first payment 30 days from today until it's paid in full, okay? You'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer over there. James Jackson. Commonwealth versus James Jackson, 23 CR 0023. You are James Jackson, born in 1963.
Yes,
Or the last 4 digits of your social security number.
6787.
6787.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have two companion cases, Your Honor, with these. Might ought to call those up as well.
That was the Attorney General's office. Leslie Jackson, 23 CR 0027. Mary and Sherry too. Leslie Jackson first. Commonwealth versus Leslie Jackson, 23 CR 0027. Are you Leslie Jackson?
Yeah.
Born in 1986, last four digits, social security number of what?
1041.
Okay. And then Mary Jackson. Mary Jackson, 23 CR 0026. What is your year of birth, 1999? What's the last four digits of your social security?
5523.
Okay, and Sherry Jackson, 23 CR 0024. Is your year of birth 1974? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
0844.
So y'all want to move over all the way over to your left over here? What does the Attorney General's Office Commonwealth have to say?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like the previous Miss Jackson, Miss Lisa Jackson earlier, we've extended offers in the case. There's been negotiations both ways. Miss Jackson, the other Lisa, Miss Jackson is on the October date, Your Honor. At that date, if we set all the Jacksons, if there's not a resolution, we would ask for a trial date, but I think by October, we'll have it complete, I hope.
October the 19th. October the 19th, y'all be back here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
I believe that concludes my business with the court.
Have a safe trip. You too.
Thank
Have
you.
a safe trip. Sean Jones. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Sean Jones, 23 CR 0043. Are you Sean Jones?
Yes.
Born in 1978. Last four digits, social security number is 8640.
Yes.
Says we have an arraignment to do here. Also, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has issued a superseding or supplemental indictment charging you with failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle. Mr. Bailiff, you acknowledge the identity of your client, see the indictment away, formal reading arraignment, interpleading not guilty, preserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, sir.
And what do we have here, Mr. Stout?
Your Honor, we have a plea agreement, I believe, in order to resolve all cases.
Yes.
It's a diversion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diversion agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, a motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is the plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment 23 CR 0043? And what are the other indictment numbers?
23 CR 43.
Is that the only one?
That's the only one we had today, and the new.
One indictment?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Yes, I'm good.
You okay today? You know what's going on? Yeah. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You read the evidence the Commonwealth has against you to leave you fully informed about your case. So you fully informed about the case? Okay. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I'm going to read through the rights, and after it's over, I'm going to ask if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to acquire a Commonwealth to be on a reasonable doubt the guilty charges against you. By entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make consider the Commonwealth's recommendation on the applying range of sentence provided by law. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to give you harsher punishment, you can withdraw the plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you had any felony convictions in the last 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you can get your record expunged. You understand
Yes.
that? If you do not complete the diversion program and I come back and void it, then I'll schedule a hearing. You'll be a convicted felon, and any future convictions in the future could have more severe penalties because of this. You understand that?
Yes.
Move to your left, please. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, he will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial to verdict for 3 years. He will also plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, third offense. Second offense, being his third offense in 5 years. He will serve 90 days home incarceration, pay $1,000 fine, have his operator's license revoked in accordance with KRS 186.560. As regards to the meth, he'll be referred to the Social Service Commission to follow all recommendations. He also will obtain and maintain gainful employment.
Did a DUI plea?
No, it's just no insurance, Your Honor.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes.
Is that your signature on the docket? Yes. I'll accept the agreement about the pretrial diversion. Court costs are how much? $265. Thank you. You need some time to pay that. I'll let you pay it $30 a month. First payment 30 days from today. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer over there. Okay? Thank you. Jerry Mosby. Jerry Mosby.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, not.
Are you Jerry Mosby?
I hope not, Your Honor.
Not today anyway. Where is Jerry Mosby?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Hey, it's your bench warrant. Piercy. Jamie Piercy. Jamie Piercy. Where is Jamie Piercy?
Judge, this was a drug court termination case that was transferred from Allen County. Prior, when they terminated in Allen County, they issued a warrant for his arrest that's not been served. So there is a warrant, but when they transferred it back to Monroe County, I'm not sure.
We'll issue a bench warrant from here, and that way we'll have control of the bond. Roberto Perez. Active warrant. Y'all want to take note of that? Michael Reed. Commonwealth versus Michael Reed, 22 CR 0090. Sir, are you Michael Reed?
Yes, sir.
Was you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 5155.
Yes, sir.
We're on a pretrial conference.
This is Mr. Brown's case. Mr. Stockton and him did an agreed order to continue this to do mediation. It's a companion case with Ms. Stinson's case.
What date?
It was on the agreed order, and I apologize. I am not privy to that case. I was just letting the court know since it was still on the docket.
What date was it today agreed to the companion? What was the companion case?
Andrea Stinson, which you already continued for mediation as well.
Or we just let them work on the mediation together or what? Well, and I'm gonna set him up to be back here on October the 19th. The mediation should be concluded by then. What you think, Ms. Megan? Jesse, on these mediations you're gonna schedule,
Yes.
on this gentleman and the other, in this.
Which case?
Michael Reed.
Michael Reed, okay. You'd think I'd know Mr. Reed as many times as he's been up here, but I believe he's had a haircut since I've seen him.
Yeah, you had what was the lady's name?
Andrea Stinson. Yes.
Yeah, and we didn't have a date certain on the mediation. You were gonna do a mediation on that, were you?
That was what the EPA requested. We'll need to get an order entered and a mediator assigned so we can get a date.
Was that what you want to do, or you just
Yes,
want
yeah,
to
I'll agree
proceed?
with that.
Okay, I'll enter, we'll get a mediator. I guess Justice Minton is doing some cases.
Yeah, I've got one with him Monday.
Okay, so we'll sign an order and get on it. You want to see when you can schedule them and consult on a date that you're available.
Mr. Wren, I know this bill is handling the extensions, and I'll let her know that.
Okay, that'd be good. Okay. I'm gonna put you a court date just for October 19th, just in case it slips through, and you be available to them to see when you can do a mediation, okay?
Hey, Michael, checking.
Patrick Scott, active warrant. Patrick Scott. Anybody know anything about Patrick Scott?
Mr. Collins thinks he may be in the Barron County Jail if he is. We'll do it next month.
Or what? Pull some charges in Barron County, so I guess the pretrial talked to me about it yesterday. He wasn't in time to get, so let's put him on the docket on September the 21st. And a negotiation on the 8th. He's already in front of the court. No, he's not. He hasn't been arraigned yet. He's got something going on over in, did they get him when they tried to arrest him? Is he one that fled? He fled from them when they tried to arrest him over there.
So he shouldn't be going anywhere.
No, he'll be there for a while. So just arraigned today, schedule him here for September 21st. Cindy Smith. Commonwealth versus Cindy Smith. 20 CR 0013, 21 CR 0018. Ma'am, are you Cindy Smith? You were born in 1974. The last four digits of your social security number 6098. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity? Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report here?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon the defendant's plea of guilty. In this case of operating a motor vehicle under the influence, she pay a $200 fine and cost, possession of controlled substance since 3 years, probated for 5 years, and shall receive do what the social clinician tells your social service clinician recommendations are. Now, what is the total cost in this case? The DUI and the possession. I don't see any fines. Was there a fine on the DUI? Probably a $200 fine on the DUI is what you do. Is the DUI first? Yeah, here it is, $200 fine plus court costs. What do you got now? $890. Now, before I go ahead and enter this judgment, you were completely informed that you entered a plea on a DUI that they would be enhanced if you get another one. Is that correct? Okay, and also on the felony plea. If you get another felony, it could be enhanced to a persistent felony offender law. You understand that? Okay, $890, you need some time to pay that. I'm gonna let you pay it at $40 a month. And the first payment starts 30 days from today. You need to go over and meet with the probation and parole officer.
You're still an active case load out there. She just need to report to her officer.
You told me to report today when I got back.
Okay, it'll be fine. All right, it's on the other side. I'm sorry. Oh. Jason Spears. Commonwealth versus Jason Spears, 22 CR 0084. Are you Jason Spears?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you born in 1985?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 9019.
Yes.
Mr. Spears, you got a mask on today. You have what kind of problem you have?
I'd been sick and I just didn't want to make anybody sick.
Okay, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You haven't been diagnosed yet, have you?
No.
Okay. Here for a pretrial conference, what do we have here?
Your Honor, I think we're needing to set a trial date in this case.
What kind of case is it, Mr. Stockton?
So possession and the DUI second. Offered diversion in the minimum, so we need a trial date.
You offered him diversion and a minimum on the DUI.
Yeah, he was actually charged with a third. We went back and looked at the driving history. It's actually a DUI second. So the minimum is 7 days in jail on a DUI second, and I offered 3 for 5 on diversion on the possession.
Your Honor, we are aware of this. I've discussed the offer with Mr. Spears. He is still wishing to set a trial date on the case.
Okay. So you got everything you need, all the tests, everything?
There's no lab on the DUI, I don't think. That was a refusal with their answer. And then we got the test on the substance.
Okay.
I would ask to go out to October, Your Honor, because I'm gonna be out a week. We've got that big trial in September, and I don't want to overload Mrs. Gordon Anderson.
So let me leave you off the record just for a second. I'll be right back.
We've got 6 of these cases in the Cumberland County that in September. I don't know unless you know something specific. Sorry, Mary Marie will find stuff you can. More, because I'm gonna be in Myrtle Beach, and I'll be thinking y'all want y'all.
That we both feel we knows. Hey, did you say something to mediation with Justice Minton?
Yeah, man.
Tell me how that goes. I'm interested.
Okay.
I was looking for a good mediator, so.
Yeah. Judge Williams is pushing justice. I like Judge Matt.
But for me, it might be.
I understand. They have a backup. Nice to have a backup.
Yeah, because it's a really. Can your staff get one?
You know what you need.
Okay, thank you. Can you work out the October negotiation date?
Yeah, and Candace, when can we meet in October? Looks like the 6th is the day we normally would meet. I'm gonna be in Fall Creek Falls that day. The 5th?
The day before.
I think he said Cumberland Motion Day.
Motion Day. Let me grab my calendar.
4th. So it's my little calendar. Got it.
I'm an attorney, so she.
You think I'll be on vacation.
So you said you can't do this?
The 6th is in September.
You said you wanted to go out till October, did you?
We could, Your Honor.
How about the 30th of October on Monday?
That's fine with me.
It's good with me as well, Your Honor.
Jason Spears, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I just have about 4 more cases I'll finish before the grand jury, and then we got to hear it. Alex Tooley. Commonwealth versus Alex Tooley, 16 CR 0062, 18 CR 00140, 22 CR 0039. Mr. Tooley, were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3454.
Yes,
You're
sir.
on these shock probation revocations. What do you have to say, Mr. Stout?
The main complaint I have today on Mr. Tooley, the only complaint is an 18 case. He was ordered to pay $30,000 restitution. He's never paid it. He's demonstrated over 5 years. He's not going to pay anything. That has to be revoked.
What was that case about?
There was a co-defendant, him and Justin Crowe. They allegedly burned a building here, stole some items. Mr. Crowe's been paying on it, restitution.
Where the boat was in it or something? Was there?
Your Honor, he was in treatment for a great part of last year. He does believe he could make a payment of $130 today. He'd asked the court to consider setting this for the next month for him to make that payment, an additional payment.
$130.
He understands, Your Honor.
It was set at $100 a month.
And he would work to get more payments than just that between now and the September date. He has been doing fencing work and he's.
What was the restitution, or how much did it say?
$30,000.
Yeah, but how much a month was he supposed to pay?
I believe it was.
And when was that?
It was back in, I'll have to look, been a long time ago. And I'm kind of upset at myself and probation and parole. We got to check and he hadn't been drug tested in 2 years by probation and parole. And then nobody's made any complaints to me or hadn't been checking the restitution. When I got to looking into this, I found he hadn't paid anything. They didn't even have a card set up in the clerk's office because he had never been in to pay anything. So this is just when I apologize to the victims.
I moved.
Where do you work?
I work for a farmer up in Lilly, Kentucky.
So you don't have a regular job anywhere?
I've been working at this farm for.
It was $100 a month and he was.
Since I got out of treatment.
He was sentenced on March
7th.
20th, 2019.
Yeah.
It's been 4 years without paying anything. Well, you be back here on September 21st.
Yes, sir.
I want you to pay $1,000 by then. By September 21st, $1,000. If you pay $1,000, that shows you have a good intention toward paying some of it, and then you keep your payments up after that. Other than that, you've made no effort whatsoever. No effort. So that's giving you a break. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jacob Warren. 20 CR 0026. Are you Jacob Warren? You born in 1998. Last 4 digits, social security number 6350.
Yes.
You're here today on a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I'm asking that Mr. Warren's pretrial diversion be revoked based on violations of the law and the fact he's using alcohol while he's on probation.
You want to take testimony? Yeah. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Identify yourself and who you're employed.
Chase Collins, I'm employed with probation and parole.
Okay.
Mr. Collins, have you been supervised by Mr. Warren?
We have.
And has he had any problems, violations of the law since he's been on the caseload?
He has, and on 8/19 of 2022, Mr. Warren was arrested in Monroe County, 22 T 402. That was operating a motor vehicle under the influence of possession of alcoholic beverage container in a motor vehicle. That case was dismissed 5 or 6 days later, but he did blow a .097 in the report. On 7/29/23, Mr. Warren was cited in Monroe County, 23 T.
Where was that?
That was here in Monroe County.
Why was it dismissed, you know?
I had no idea.
It was under the legal limit, but it was positive for alcohol. So,
.09?
That's what it said in the report. I'm not sure why it was dismissed.
almost 110 instead of.
Well, I mean, no, it's over .08 is the limit.
It should have been.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
And on 7/29/23, Mr. Warren was cited 23 T 376 in Monroe County, speeding 26 miles an hour over the limit, failure to wear seat belts, reckless driving, and failure to produce insurance card. I got to reading the memo, and Trooper Ricky Cross was patrolling south on Highway 63 when he observed a vehicle traveling at extreme high rate of speed. Front radar antenna showed the above violator was traveling 84 and a 55. The above was also not wearing his seatbelt, was unable to provide a valid insurance card. The above operated his vehicle upon the roadway without due regard to the motorist. I detected the presence of alcohol on his person. I put on the above and the PBT, and it registered a .047. I determined the above was not under the influence.
You got anything else?
No, but I want to go back to one thing, Mr. Collins. On the first time that the DUI was dismissed back in August of 22, did he make any admissions as far as drinking alcohol?
He did. I'm missing a page right there. Yeah. Says, yeah, he stated that he had drank 5 alcoholic beverages.
Did he plead guilty to anything on this last charge here? No.
Not to my knowledge.
What was the original charge he was in?
Well, on which case? The first one or second?
When I'm talking about the one that he's on the diversion of.
This case, okay, he's on for burglary, third, 5-year sentence.
Okay, you want to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Collins, you do not know why the 22 T case was dismissed.
I do not know.
You don't know if the test was inaccurate and that's why it was dismissed.
I have no knowledge of that.
You don't know if they were determined. That some of the
He
evidence-
said he doesn't know. Okay, let's move on.
On the most recent case, they also determined he was not, correct?
That's correct.
And he took the test via a PBT, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Right, and in your special, you have noted as a recommended sanction to increase level of supervision, be assessed with social service clinician, and be brought back to active supervision, correct?
Correct.
So is he not actively being supervised?
No, he was on inactive. After that case got dismissed, he went back to his inactive supervision. Other than the arrest, I've had no problems out of Mr. Warren.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Hey, you want to make a statement?
I do, Your Honor. One, I will note that this test was taken via PBT, which is not admissible in court because PBTs are generally plagued with potential issues. Additionally, I think what would be appropriate in Mr. Warren's case is that he would be supervised.
He signed an admission on use of alcohol, right?
No, Your Honor, that was based on the citation from the PBT
He said
test.
he signed an admission on use of alcohol. He didn't.
No, Your Honor, it was based on the PBT results. I think what would be appropriate with Mr. Warren, he's not being actively supervised. I think perhaps supervision would be appropriate with Mr. Warren's case, along with a referral to the social service clinician, as Mr. Collins has put in his report, to determine if there are treatment options that are needed for Mr. Warren at this time, and ask the court to put those orders in place.
I brought this to the court's attention, Your Honor, because I've prosecuted too many cases where I've dealt with victims' families that have been killed by drunk drivers. And even though he technically wasn't drunk, he was drinking on both occasions, and he had
I
alcohol.
know that he technically wasn't drunk. I mean, that first test was above the limit.
It was.
We don't know why it was dismissed.
It boggles my mind too, but, whether you revoke him or whatever you do, I don't think Mr. Warren's been taking his probation seriously. He's out here caught twice driving, and that's only the 2 times he's been caught.
Yeah, was there any restriction on his driving in the previous sentence?
No, because of the Burton case.
Yeah, come around here, Mr. Warren. Yeah, right, not to say anything here. Sounds like to me you've been out larking around a little bit. How old are you?
24.
You know what going on a lark is? It's just like getting a good day and rolling your windows down, speeding down the road too fast and drinking a couple of beers. Well, I don't want you to make any admissions, okay? You know, you're not gonna be doing that. You gotta take this probation you're not supposed to have any alcohol. Okay, you're not supposed to have any drugs. You're not supposed to be going out driving recklessly. And I mean, we got people, you could have been charged with a reckless, you know, wanton endangerment or something. So are you working anywhere now? Where are you
I
working?
just started at the hardwood flooring plant.
Yeah. How many days a week are you working there?
I ain't started yet because all this just happened at the same time. But I
When are
gotta,
you gonna start?
as soon as I get done with this,
That could be a life sentence. I don't know. When are you scheduled to start?
as soon as I take him a copy of my social security card, and I was gonna do it today, actually.
Okay, well, you take them a copy of your social security card and then get a statement from them, give your lawyer, see when you're gonna start to work, okay?
He said as soon as I get the.
Well, I know what they said. You know, they said doesn't get it for me because they, whoever they are, might change their mind. You know what I mean? I just want some proof that you're going to work. Okay, you get that proof, and if you start to work on Monday, okay, you're gonna spend 2 days in jail. You're going to jail today. I'm gonna give you a sanction of 2 days, but I'm not gonna revoke you or anything, okay? But I just want you to sit over there a little while and see if you like it. Because you're gonna end up there, if you get out and hurt somebody, or hurt yourself, I got nothing against you. You might be the finest fellow in the whole world. You might, you pled guilty and accepted responsibility on the burglary. I hope that's the last mistake you make. But I'm gonna let you go. You're gonna turn yourself into the jail tomorrow. I'm gonna change that because I want him to be able to have some time to go and check into the work thing, okay?
What time do you want him to report tomorrow, Your Honor?
Well, I'm gonna let him report in at 10 o'clock tomorrow, just in case he can't get a hold of them people at work today, okay? You go and you give proof to your lawyer that you're gonna start to work on a day certain. You're gonna spend Saturday and Sunday and you get out on Monday. See you later. So you turn yourself in tomorrow. Do what?
Back on active supervision.
Back on active supervision. Yeah.
Might be a good idea that he visit the SSC too, though.
That'd be good. Now, we got one more, is that right? Ansel Williams. and
Got
we got-
Ansel Williams, and I've got the witness here on the Dustin Gentry case.
And we still have, yeah.
See, release some of them.
Right.
Ansel Williams, then we'll let the grand jury come in, okay? Commonwealth versus Ansel Williams. 23 CR 0042. Are you Ansel Williams?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1978.
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of your social security number are 2279. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're here today on a pretrial conference. What do we have?
Pretrial diversion, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been filed, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0042?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you're satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You believe that you've been fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today.
Yes,
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'll ask you to end if you do, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have the right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand, by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, I'll allow you to withdraw your plea. You understand that? Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand if you can successfully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed pre-trial diversion. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Judd, will you say what the Commonwealth's recommendation is? Sir, listen very closely to see if this is what you agreed to.
Upon plea of guilty of possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years pretrial, diverted for 5 years supervised. The defendant should be referred to the social service commission and follow all recommendations of the commission. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours rather per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. And all evidence shall be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth.
He had a DUI and included in that, did he?
No, sir.
No DUI.
No, sir.
Sir, is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Are you entering a guilty plea with your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you realize I told you your constitutional rights, and even though I've explained it to him, it's still your desire to go ahead and allow the court to fit your punishment? Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes.
What's the court cost on this?
$240.
$240. You need some time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, let's pay $30 a month. First payment's 30 days from the day you meet with the probation and parole officer. You realize if you get revoked and come back in, you'll be a convicted felon. It can be used against you. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
Can meet with the probation and parole officer. Now, we want to bring the grand jury back in, and then we'll finish up a few little things we've got after that. Let's go off the record if they get here. Go off the record if we get here. Turn it off over here.
No.
Fox versus Fox.
Continue till September 21st. Larry Graves, drug court guy's birthday.
Gallup versus Gallup.
September 21st.
Heston versus Heston.
September 21st. Please.
Hudson versus Hudson.
September 21st. Jimenez, September 21st, please.
How long has that been on the docket?
It's almost mistakes.
The Fox case has been on there for a long time too. Okay, the civil docket. Let's go off the record then. It's at one, we're back on the record then. Hollingsworth versus Asher. Renoticed. Gall versus Gall. See when that was noticed for there. Hello.
Hi, this is our motion for default.
Hello.
Yeah, the warning order attorney has filed his report. They weren't able to contact Mr. Gall.
Are there children involved?
No, sir.
Is there property involved?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sign it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to wait around and get a copy of it, or you want it mailed to you?
It can be mailed.
Okay, that'll be fine. Make sure I sign that, okay?
Maybe we be excused.
Sure, have a great day. Jenkins versus Jenkins. Jenkins versus Jenkins.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello. I read this last night. Some of this property was sold off. And you, is that who are the additional parties?
Noel Jenkins made a deed in like 01, but it wasn't recorded till 15. And then in the interim, he deeded off 2 tracts of the property.
Okay.
And they were not excluded from the description in the original complaint.
Will there be any problem with that? Will the people that bought the property, did somebody buy the property?
Somebody bought the property.
And they thought they were buying the entirety of it.
But the 1 5-acre tract came off of a 117-acre tract. They bought an additional farm from Noel Jenkins, his father, and they added the 5 acres to square up a field. We all agree that the Bucks own the property. We have no argument with saying that the Bucks own that 5 acres and it should be excluded from the present controversy.
What is the present controversy?
It's to divide indivisible, to sell indivisible property.
Children?
The 3 owners, yes.
2
2 children and a grandchild of the original owner.
Yeah. And you represent?
The defendant, Ken Jenkins.
And so you're bringing in the people that bought the off conveyances.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I'll sign that. Do you need mediation on this thing, or is it already ready to sell, or what?
Judge, we're ready to sell. We've attempted to settlement negotiations with each other, and to be honest, the defendant wants to drag it out as long as he can because he's.
Okay, do anybody challenge these off conveyances, or do they all accept the off conveyances?
I think everybody accepts both 5 acres. We would agree that would be excluded from the sale.
Our position is if if the conveyance to the Bucks is accepted, then my client also received a second off conveyance. He and his son received a life estate. So, I mean, I think if they're going to argue that the Bucks 5 acres should be excluded, then I would want my client's 5 acres to be excluded as well.
Judge, the Bucks had no notice. His client had notice of the previous deed and knew that their father could not convey that property.
Who did he convey the life estate to? One of the children?
And a grandson.
What, so the indivisibility of that, right now that 5 acres is included.
That is correct, John.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do about that as far as the life estate? Can you sell life estate for indivisibility?
Yes, you can.
And then they use the life table.
But then you get into valuation of the 5 acre, but that's for way down the road. We just want the property sold.
And Your Honor, I don't oppose Mr. Stevens' motion to add Edith Buck as trustee of the family trust, because once they got the 5 acres, they then deeded that 5 acres to a family trust. Mr. Stevens has asked to have Edith Buck added as the trustee, which we agree with. We would just ask that there's potentially 2 mortgages that have been taken out on that 5 acres to the Bucks. So if South Central needs to be added, that we would ask that they be added as well. But
it'll be interesting. Who did the mortgage title opinion?
I did the original conveyance, but then there
was a second.
Okay.
You did the original 5 acres.
Yes, because that deed had not been recorded, so in the records.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, it would appear to me that when that 5 acres deed was created, the source of title was something that wasn't of record. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, I'll sign it. Add indispensable parties. Anything else? Let's make sure. There was one other order. I guess there was an old order in here.
Yes, that was from the last time we were here 2 months ago.
Yeah.
That was a motion for summary judgment that when the defendant brought up the issue of the.
It's premature now.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have an order that you submitted on the indispensable?
I thought I did, and if not, I will.
Okay. I don't see it right here, but okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. South Central Banking versus Jennifer Shirley and others. Got that one? There's a bankruptcy notice in here. Did anybody call in on this case at all? Well, there's a notice of bankruptcy filing here. Nobody's here. Shirley, are you familiar with that?
Yes, I'm just as I represent the county in that case. That's.
You're aware of the notice of bankruptcy filing, so that
And then the other, there's another survey foreclosure.
Malcolm Bank and Trust versus Trenton. Sure.
Judge, that is our motion for default and summary judgment.
Yeah, you have that other one. I read it last night. Nobody ever filed an answer on that?
Not even the tax people would file one. There's proof of service. Somebody filed a tax lien. They didn't even, but filing an answer or not, they're still in the same position, so.
Yeah. You got to order this one. Here's a judgment here. Is this judgment still appropriate that you got in here? Take a look at that, see if it is.
I need to have Ms. Brown sign it as the master commissioner.
She's very quietly waiting over there.
She has twins. She has to take care of. She has to take care of them when she can. Catch your breath.
Was there anything else on the docket today? The confidential docket at 2, is that correct? Okay, we'll go off the record till the end to the confidential docket at 2.
Yearly.